Call this meeting to order. Public notice this meeting was properly posted at the Synergy Business Park Kings Tree Building on the agency's website and provided to all requesting persons, organizations, and news media in accordance with Section 30-4-80 of the South Carolina Freedom of Information Act. First is our approval of the agenda.
Motion to approve the agenda, exceptions for 7D and 7T to be removed from the agenda.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All members are present or on the way, so we're not going to go through that. Approval of meeting for the 4/8/2026.
So moved.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Chairman remarks, when I call your name up for these initial application hearings, you'll come up to that desk and pull the microphone really close so we can hear you, and we'll get you sworn in and start from there. So with that being said, the first application is Todd Shreve. Mr. Shreve, you can pull that whole base around. You can pick it up and move it.
Okay.
Yes, sir. There you go.
Good morning.
Mr. Shreve, you know you had right to be represented by counsel today, and you're going to waive that right? All right, let's get you sworn in with the court reporter, please.
Yes, sir. If you raise your right hand, do you solemnly swear the following testimony to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Good morning. My name's Todd Shreve.
Hold on one second. We're going to let the administrator open up the case, and we'll get started. No problem.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission, a builder's license for Mr. Shreve could not be approved at staff level. There was less than 1 year of experience in more than 3 categories on the experience affidavit.
All right, sir. You can have the floor.
My name's Todd Shreve. Up in West Virginia, I started out doing plumbing, heating, air conditioning, electrical work with my father 40-some years ago. Central Pennsylvania, was been in the construction industry.
Hey, I told you,
sorry.
that thing is so sensitive.
Doing residential, general contracting for different contractors. Me and my wife decided we were going to move to South Carolina to retire. Moved down here, went to work for a builder in Pawleys Island for 1.5 years. And then 3 of us left there. 2 of them started a new company. I've been with them for the last 2 years. The estimating, I do the design work, the contract work. I hire the major subs. I do go out on the job like every other day to check on the sites. I got 3 houses I'm running myself right now.
Let me just, if you don't mind, I'll interject real quick.
Yes.
So basically, your affidavit just shows project management and estimating. And,
Yes,
and
that
it's
was a mistake on
Yeah,
how we
and-
filled it out.
staff level
Yes.
cannot move it forward
Yes.
if it's incomplete like that.
Yes.
So obviously, did you have a license in Pennsylvania or a registration, however Pennsylvania works?
Pennsylvania didn't require registration or license. Some of the townships did for different areas that we worked in. So I did for some different townships, but as far as a general license, I did not at that time. I think they do now.
So in the last 5 years, how many houses have you built from the ground up?
In the last 5 years, probably 15.
Okay. And what size homes are you?
Anywhere from 1,800 square feet to 4,000, 4,500.
And you're taking these from foundation to finish?
Foundation to finish. Yes, sir.
All right.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move that the applicant be approved to sit for the exam.
I'll second.
I have a motion second. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, sir. You'll receive a letter in the mail from us releasing you for exam. Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Yep.
I'm finished.
Next up is John Colleran. Good morning, Mr. Colleran. Sir, you know you had right to be represented by counsel. You're going to waive that right? Yes, sir. All right, let's get you sworn in, please.
Yes, sir. If you raise your right hand, do you solemnly swear the following testimony to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, electrical license for Mr. Colleran could not be approved at staff level. His supervisor is deceased, so there was no experience affidavit provided.
All right, sir, if you want to just give us some background on your electrical experience so we can see if we can get you ready to sit for the exam.
Yes, sir. So my name is John Colleran. I've been doing electrical work for going on 12 years now. I started in 2014. I'm from the Hilton Head, Bluffton, Hardyville area. Been doing new construction. And my employer, Mark Wharton Phillips, passed away in October of 2025 before he could sign my experience form. I've been doing, I can wire a house up from the very beginning all the way to the end. I've done hundreds and hundreds of new builds. I've done tons of service work. I can wire a house up pretty much in my sleep.
Like the last guy, how many houses have you wired in the last 5 years? Just approximate.
I mean,
Over
it's
100?
over 100,
Okay.
well over 100.
And you go do all the layout work, panel work,
Yeah,
load calculations.
I'll lay out a house, wire up the house. I'll lead a sub crew, or if it's going to be me and my guys, I do that too. I've wired hundreds of panels. I've passed hundreds of inspections.
Did Phillips Electrical close down after the death?
Yes, sir. They closed down in January.
So you moved on to someone else?
I started with Bluffton Electric in February, and I actually, my last day was 2 weeks ago because I'm starting a job with the city of Hardyville as a building inspector.
Well, I think your experience speaks for itself. I know you've done a lot of houses, and I see the letter in here from Nancy Phillips in reference to what happened and why her husband didn't sign the affidavit for you. So I would like to make a motion to allow you to sit for the electrical exam.
Second.
I have a motion second. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, sir, you'll receive a letter in the mail releasing you for exam.
Thank you for your time.
Yep, good luck. Colby Govin. You can sit down if you want to. It's not required to stand for that part of it. Mr. Govin, you know you had right to be represented by counsel. You're going to waive that right?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's get you sworn in, please.
Yes, sir. If you raise your right hand, you solemnly swear the following testimony to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, an electrical license for Mr. Govan could not be approved at staff level. There was no experience affidavit provided. His supervisor was a GC, which would not include the electrical trade.
All right, sir, if you can give us some background on your electrical experience.
I grew up in Washington State, became an electrician in like 2011, 2012. Did new construction service work, moved to California, did strictly service work. Then got an industrial job, brought me to South Carolina. They wanted me to go back to California. I said no. I've worked for the same builder for 3 years. I do all the design, the layout, the ordering. I run a crew. Last 5 years, I've probably built or wired 50.
Did you hold a license in Washington State?
Yes, sir, but with moving, I can't find it.
Okay. How many years did you hold that license?
After 4 years, I became a journeyman, so 7, 8 years.
Okay. How about California? Did you hold a license there?
No, they didn't require me for service work.
Okay. Are you currently wiring homes?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
You're working for Raybrook now?
Yes, sir.
Or where are y'all building?
Greenville?
Yeah, I know that, but
All over, I mean, we go Anderson.
What kind of houses?
Custom homes, renovations, bathroom, kitchen remodels,
Size?
anywhere from 1,800 square feet to 5,000.
And you're their in-house electrician?
Yes, sir. I do everything. Design, layout, customer walkthroughs.
Make a motion, let them sit for the exam.
Second.
Work. Pictures.
Thank you.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, sir, you'll receive a letter in the mail releasing you for exam.
Thank you.
Thank you. Eric Grana, Jr. Morning, sir. Sir, you know you had right to be represented by counsel. You going to waive that right?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's get you sworn in, please.
Yes, sir. Do you solemnly swear the following testimony to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission, a builder's license for Mr. Grana could not be approved at staff level. There was no experience affidavit provided.
All right, sir, if you want to give us on your work experience.
Sure. So I started out my professional career in the military, and then when I got out, I sold cars for 5 years. And my introduction into the construction field, I sold a car to a general manager of Builders First Source, so that introduced me into the trade side of things. After a year of working with them and building a relationship with the builders, I decided I wanted to get into building houses. So I got with the national builder with Lennar, did their trainee program, and quickly got promoted to a construction manager. Under our trainee program, I still managed the complete process of the home building from start to finish. And then after about a year working with Lennar, I went to Schumacher Homes and did fully custom. So then I would handle the home from clearing to that the homeowner moved in. So scheduling trades, ordering materials, doing layouts, takeoffs for material, and making sure customers are satisfied. Right now, I'm working with an investment company out of North Charleston. We do a lot of remodels and new construction, custom homes.
Same title there.
Well, right now, it'd be construction manager, but he's been outsourcing all of his GCs. So the thought of bringing me in is, bringing in a construction manager to bring the construction in-house, get rid of outsourced GCs.
And you said this at Schumacher, you were with the custom home division?
Correct, yeah.
For how long?
About 2 years, almost 2 years, a year and 8 months, I think.
How many homes in that 2 years?
19, 20.
And you were the manager on all those?
Correct, yep.
Any reason that Schumacher wouldn't sign a affidavit for you?
I was told that since they weren't the direct holder of the license, that they couldn't sign for it. Since they're a national builder, the license holder was in Ohio. And the same thing for Lennar as well. They both told me that.
But when you were working who supervised your work when you were working for Schumacher?
Yeah, so there was a GC there. Well, he wasn't a GC. He was the general manager. He actually just went and got his license. His name is Alex Vermillion. He said that he couldn't do it as well because he wasn't the license holder.
This is the problem we have when you have a license holder that's well out of state.
Nobody
How do
supervised
they
the work.
supervise their work? And they can't trust their supervisors to say that this guy has done a great job.
Yeah, I mean, it's prevalent, for sure.
Have a letter in here that covers everything he.
Would you pull your microphone a little bit closer to you,
I'm
please?
sorry. I'll just get to the last part of it. I'll make a motion to be allowed to sit for the test.
I'll second that. It's not his fault that they wouldn't sign.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, sir. You'll receive a letter in the mail. Good luck. Keenan Edwards.
Hey, can I ask you a question just on that last one? The out-of-state license holder, is it not, they don't have to have someone in state?
It's a GC license. and I don't know, the GC requirements are different than our requirements, even though it's for a house.
Okay. I just wondered.
Yeah.
That applicant, I was just wondering.
I had no problem with that applicant. It's just the fact that there's nobody
Logistics.
supervising that's licensed.
A lengthy letter from Human Resources saying everything he'd done.
No, that was all fine. I think the
There's
question
nobody
was
supervising what he's doing.
Nobody to supervise, so nobody could vouch that he did what.
no licensee
You said
supervising.
that it probably was a general contractor. And
Most all of them are
is
GC.
that what they do?
Yes.
They do have to be licensed in the state. They just don't have to have someone here.
I know the GC license is very different as far as responsibilities of overseeing the work versus the residential.
And I wasn't trying to get us off on that rabbit trail
it needs
because
to
we
be
have a
discussed,
whole
but,
list of people.
yeah.
I was just wondering. I just thought it was, I don't know, just a question.
All right, Ms. Baumberger. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. That did get me off. All right. So, Mr. Edwards, you know you had right to be represented by counsel today, and you're going to waive that right?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's get you sworn in.
If you raise your right hand, do you solemnly swear the following testimony to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission, builders licensed Mr. Edwards cannot be approved at staff level. There was less than 1 year of experience in more than 3 categories, and the W-2 1099 does not match the company name listed on the experience affidavit.
All right, sir, if you want to explain those items to us so we can determine whether you sit for the exam.
So for the name not matching the company name, HTS is a DBA for Mike Fitting Group. It's just the same company, just a DBA. Far as I got most of my experience in electrical, I just applied for both the electrical and the South Carolina Residential Builders exam. I was approved for the electrical, but I didn't technically work up under a licensed builder to be considered the 1 year for the Residential Builders exam. But I do got over 14 years in the construction industry. I went to York Technical College in Rock Hill. I graduated with an associate's degree in construction technology and 3 certificates in management, carpentry, and residential and commercial wiring. I've been in over 400 houses from 2012 to current. Worked continuously in the construction industry. Worked hand in hand with GCs, everybody, all the trade partners, from project management to from top to bottom.
So your involvement beyond the electrical in building a house from the ground up is what?
I did receive my associate's degree, and through that I got a lot of experience working with Habitat for Humanity doing nonprofit work. Outside of that, most of my experience is in electrical.
Okay.
All right, how much habitat work have you done?
I worked with Habitat for about a year right after, while I was working in.
How many houses, how many different houses?
Oh, I did about 5 to 6 houses, all centered in Rock Hill.
What did you do on those houses?
From framing work, roof framing work, wall framing, and electrical.
So foundation work,
Foundation work,
all that?
yeah.
You intend to build houses should you get your home builder's license, or are you going to
Yes, sir.
continue as an electrician?
I intend to start a company building small single-family homes.
Can you repeat what you said of the 400 homes?
Yeah, from 2012 until current, I started out working for Lane Hart Electric. We did mostly track houses and we did custom houses. I worked there from 2012 until 2015. And, excuse me? And then I went to Arobi Electric and did service work, generators, worked on that. And I returned to Lane Hart Electric and continued my career to the end. I went over to Romanoff Group in Charlotte, and I started working on apartment complexes. I did at least 6 apartment complexes while I was working at Romanoff for 3 years.
Is that electrical work?
Oh, yes. Mm-hmm.
Houses, was that as a carpenter, framer, trim guy, or was that electrical?
As electrical.
Okay. And you've been approved already for the electrical? Today for the builder side.
Yes.
All right, just give me a ballpark of the building work, not electrical. Don't include that in a number.
Yeah, I did most of my building work when I did with Habitat for Humanity.
And that was 1 year, and what you said 1 year with Habitat.
Yeah, I did partially before I graduated and a little bit after I graduated.
How many years ago was that?
I graduated in 2012.
And if you look at, I'm going to be honest, I'm going to step out on a limb and allow him to take this exam, and I'm going to tell you why. Any other person that comes before us, they can get a specialty license, don't have to have any education whatsoever. They work in that trade for a year. This man's been working in the construction industry for what, how many years?
Over 14 years.
Over 14 years. He got a good education, and his grades are excellent. He learned during that time, and I know York Tech, they push those guys. So he learned the construction industry through there, and as he said, he's done it through Habitat, he's done it through school, and he did it a little while after.
Well, there are a lot of times I sit on this side of the table, and I would rather them have classes at a technical school where they're really learning than somebody signing an affidavit saying they worked here.
And they could have done one trade
Right.
during that whole time.
So if you make a motion, I'll second the motion.
Allow Mr. Edwards to stand for the exam.
All right, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, sir. You'll receive a letter in the mail from us, and good luck.
All right, thank you, sir.
Next up is Ethan Clark. Good morning, Mr. Clark. Sir, you know you had right to be represented by counsel, and you're going to waive that right?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's get you sworn in, please.
Yes, sir. If you raise your right hand, do you solemnly swear the following testimony to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
You want me to go ahead and start talking?
Not yet. She's getting there. She'll open up the case. She has to multitask.
Sorry. Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission, a home builder's license for Mr. Clark could not be approved at staff level. There was less than 1 year of experience and more than 3 categories on the experience affidavit.
All right, sir. I think I know what it is, but go ahead and explain it.
Yes, sir. I accidentally didn't upload my 2024-25 W-2. I've been working with Lennar for over 2.5 years as a project manager. I built probably 75 homes for them from site prep to closing.
Okay, and then on your affidavit, they just have you as project management, which describes what you do.
Yeah.
But obviously, the knowledge, the whole knowledge, tell us about that, your carpentry, your footings.
Yes, sir. So my dad owns a custom framing company, RC Contractors on Edisto Beach, and I've worked with him since I was 10, from sweeping garages, to helping him frame the houses. I've also done a little bit of estimating work with his general contractor, Terry Huff. And then I worked for Lennar, 2 years, 2.5 years.
All right. And that's typically the case when we get these affidavits in from the production builders. They simply do project management and keep going and don't think about the end result that is costing you.
Yeah, I don't think you could remain a construction manager for Lennar very long if you didn't know what you were doing in
Yes,
the
sir.
field. They wouldn't have you that long.
So yeah, everybody tells me I do a great job, so.
Well, the end product tells the story. If you close the house and it's still good, you're all right. I'm gonna make a motion to allow you to sit for the exam, and I hate that you had to come up here this morning, but when something like that happens on the exam, staff can't approve it. So they have to bring it up here, and you have to take your time off and come sit here for 10 minutes and listen to what we got to say.
Yes, sir, what they say, good things don't come easy, so.
All of them do.
That's right.
Motion, who seconded that?
Me.
Okay. All right, have a motion second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, sir. Again, you'll receive a letter in the mail from us releasing you for exam.
Thank y'all.
Good luck. Next up is Christina Ravenel. Good morning, Ms. Ravenel.
Morning.
Ma'am, you know you had right to be represented by council today, and you're going to waive that right? Okay, let's get both of y'all sworn in, please.
Yes, sir. If you'll raise your hands. Do you solemnly swear the following testimonies to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God? Yes, ma'am. And may I get your name, sir? Barber. Thank you.
Ms. Baumberger.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, builder's license for Ms. Ravenel cannot be approved at staff level. The experience affidavit detailed supervisory experience only.
All right, ma'am, if you want to explain that portion of it.
I am, of course, here to sit for builder. I have experience that ranges from currently, I am a pre-construction estimator for WM Jordan. Yes, it is $75 million to $100 million project.
If you don't mind, pull that microphone a little closer to you. There you go.
You can move the whole base.
You can move the whole thing, it moves.
But I have plenty of experience with business development on the side and many years of project management. And I was also representative of facilities for like MUSC and College of Charleston, and an intern that had the joy of digging ditches, cleaning brick, repointing brick, cleaning up sites, doing deliveries for sites, all of the hands-on experience. Right now, like I said, I am working with WM Jordan as an estimator. I have worked for Mashburn Construction up here in Columbia as a PM, and that's where I learned to become an estimator. Worked for Palmetto Craftsman, which was my residential experience for 2 years. They do have a lot of working foremen, so as a PM, you are sometimes pulled in to help out, make sure measurements are ready, meet the inspectors, do all that work, and make sure your subcontractors are showing up on site. Worked for Huss Construction. My background is with historic preservation, which is where I'd like to continue with this on historic properties. My intern experience with digging was with Richard Marks. Like I said, it was during the summer. I was out there with ditches up past my head when it was about 110 degrees. But I really enjoyed it because those were the guys I really learned from. I worked for Distinctive Stone even though it was just 2 weeks, I was on top of a house repointing masonry. And for Ford Restored, a small company that does cemetery repairs of tombstones. Actually, currently, right now, I'm also a member of the Women of Construction in Charleston and a board member of the Charleston Contractors Association and a member of the Historic Charleston Foundation's Preservationist Group. So I've tried to get myself as involved with preservation and construction as possible.
How many years have you been in the construction industry?
I started being a PM in 2011, but that was right after finishing graduate school, which I would kind of say is a little bit of a tie-in with 2 years with the Clemson program in Charleston.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, what was the education background?
I have 2 bachelors from College of Charleston with historic preservation and art history. And then a few years later, went back and did the Master's in Science program with Clemson and College of Charleston. It's down in Charleston.
Okay.
Yes.
Are you a contracted employee of WM Jordan now, or is it like, are you like a subcontractor to them, or do you work directly with them?
I work directly with them.
All right, are you personally involved in anything on Daniel Island?
I did not touch any of those projects in Daniel Island personally, but I know that they are working on 2 multifamilies in Daniel Island. Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you have anything to add? Because I think this is a no-brainer.
Has too much education.
Yeah. Again, I'm Andy Barber. I'm a licensed residential builder in Charleston, and I'm just here to attest to Christina's work in the residential world. Her work's known to me through Marks and Palmetto. Just here to attest to that, that she has been working in that field in residential construction, particularly has historic preservation in Charleston. So,
Mr. Barber, you're an expert in the building codes in the state. Do you think Ms. Ravenel could build a house according to the codes?
absolutely.
Well, as my esteemed colleague said, this is a no-starter. It's a no-starter. I'm going to make that motion that we'll.
I don't know if that's what I said.
You tried
I'll
to.
second it.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, ma'am, you'll receive a letter in the mail from us releasing you for exam.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good luck.
I didn't put words in your mouth.
All right.
Jonathan Gerzib. Good morning, sir.
Morning, how are you?
Good. Sir, you know you had right to be represented by counsel today, and you're going to waive that right?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's get you sworn in, please.
Yes, sir. Do you solemnly swear the following testimony to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission, a builder's license for Mr. Grissom could not be approved at staff level. No experience affidavit was provided.
All right, sir, if you want to explain your experience so we can determine whether you can sit for the exam.
Yeah, my pleasure. I started the first chapter of my career in the military, and then after that I went to business school. And directly out of business school, I started working for a family office. And we began acquiring apartment buildings. It was just myself and one other partner. We started small from 2011 to 2018. We acquired and completely gut renovated 17 apartment buildings that were anywhere between 4 and 30 apartments. And I remember standing in the first one. These are all early 1900 brick construction buildings with wood floorboards that had never been taken apart before. And we would rip them apart from the bottom to the top. You could stand in the first floor and see all the way up to the 5th floor. And I cut my teeth there, spending pretty much every day for the first 3 years on construction sites. Every time we had a problem, I would meet with the subs, the general contractors. I met with the building inspector every time they came through. I had to navigate the New York City Department of Buildings process to get permits, to get the projects approved, working with the architects, with the engineers. We did framing work, we did concrete work, we dug deeper basements, we extended buildings backwards, we extended buildings upwards. That was really the heart of my experience. The more senior I got through that company, the less I was involved with the day-to-day, but I really learned the ins and outs of what happens when you rip apart a residential building and you rebuild it from scratch during that 7-year period. In 2017, my family and I moved from New York City to Charleston, South Carolina, and I began overseeing the purchase and renovation of single-family houses. And sometimes those scopes of work would range from just painting and changing out some appliances all the way through a hurricane or a tornado had hit a community and we were rebuilding homes from the ground up. From 2023 until 2025, I helped a large-scale organization that owned about 28,000 houses across about 50 different markets throughout the U.S., build similar processes and systems. And similar to the start of my experience in New York City, it all began on the ground, trying to identify what people were doing, how we could do things better, and rebuilding those processes while managing risk and making sure people were safe and complying with regulations. And so my experience is a lot of project management, a lot of on-the-ground project management earlier in my career, more so from a process and procedure standpoint later in my career. Most recently, I was reporting to the CEO of that large company from 2023 to 2025. She is not a licensed builder. I have, at various points in my career, had numerous licensed general contractors and/or builders reporting to me, but I've never held a license myself. I've never reported directly to a license holder throughout the course of my 15 years in the business.
That was my first question, was I don't understand how there's not a license holder, especially in South Carolina, that you weren't reporting to directly.
In South Carolina, when we owned and operated about 2,000 houses in South Carolina, and I was the CEO of the company. We had license holders inside of that business. That was from 2018 until 2020. But I didn't report. I reported to a board of directors. And the board of directors didn't own the company, and there wasn't a licensed builder on the board of directors.
So you essentially had license holders working for you.
I have at many points in my career, probably for the last 15 years, pretty consecutively.
And why is it that you want to get your own license now?
I've been running around like a chicken with my head cut off for my entire career, and I'm exhausted. I have 3 kids, and I want to be around for the next 10 years just to see them finish out school. I'm going to build a kitchen remodeling company in Charleston and focus on local building in the community and not be running around the country anymore like I have been for the last 15 years.
That national company, was that Conrex?
Conrex, it's now called Maymont, and the other national company I worked for most recently from 2023 to 2025 was called Home Partners of America.
Look at your educational background. You've finished the Coast Guard Academy and then got a degree from Harvard.
Yes, sir.
I'm ready to offer a motion. I move that the applicant be allowed to sit for the exam.
Second.
All right, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, sir, you'll receive a letter in the mail releasing you for exam.
Thank you all.
Yeah, good luck. Paul Grimm. Good morning, sir. Mr. Grimm, you know you had right to be represented by counsel, and you're going to waive that right?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's get you sworn in, please.
Sir, do you solemnly swear the following testimony to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, members of the Commission, a builder's license from Mr. Grimm could not be approved at staff level. There was less than 1 year of experience in more than 3 categories on the experience affidavit.
All right, sir, if you can explain your past work history.
So I've been in the construction industry, probably started in middle school, digging footings for my parents' 3-car garage on our house. My granddad was in construction, my dad was in construction. I just quit working for Great Southern Homes as a purchasing manager. I did that for the past 4 years, basically running purchasing for the entire company in all divisions, including Raleigh, North Carolina, to Myrtle Beach, to Greenville, to Columbia here. I spent before that, basically the past 8.5 years working alongside Mike Lohman and John Ziegler. We built everything from $500,000 houses to some over 1.7, 1.8 million. And I basically co-managed a lot of that stuff with those guys. I worked with John Ziegler before then, and alongside Wade McGuinn, running the custom side of McGuinn Homes. So I did work with my dad shortly after getting out of high school, remodeling some houses and building some houses. Went to work for a remodeler after that, and spent 2 years with Lexington County as a building inspector.
It sounds like you've been around it for a good while.
Yes, sir. I've never really been necessarily a field person. With my dad, I was kind of doing everything from putting shingles on a roof to putting siding up. Kind of fell into more purchasing and estimating role, but when I worked for McGuinn, we pretty much ran everything from being out in the field looking at stuff to basically doing the back office stuff. Mungo was pretty much no different. We kind of ran our own division, and I think y'all all know Mike, but Mike and I pretty much worked together. John, I still talk to him all the time. So, but basically was out in the field as well as basically getting all the office stuff done, estimating, purchasing, things like that.
I make a motion, we let them sit for the exam.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, sir. You'll
Thank you.
receive a letter in the mail.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Enoch Adjonai. Good morning, sir. Sir, you know you had right to be represented by counsel today, and you're going to waive that right? All right, let's get you sworn in.
Do you solemnly swear the following testimony to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Not sure why Brandon is still sitting there. Come on.
All right. If we need him, we'll bring him up here.
Okay.
All right, Ms. Baumberger.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission, builder's license, Mr. Adjana could not be approved at staff level. There was no W-2 or 1099 provided.
All right, sir, if you want to explain that to us so we can determine whether you can sit for the exam.
Sure. Thanks for the opportunity. So I actually was a doctor of pharmacy. I practiced as a pharmacist at health for over 12 years. And then so while I was a pharmacist, I started renovating house as, part-time. And so that's my supervisor. I was working under him. And then but in 2024, we started to build more of new construction. And then in 2025, early 2025, I actually retired from pharmacy, from being a pharmacist, and dove right into new construction. Since the end of 2024, we've built and then currently I have about 20 houses that we actually building from ground up.
So are you the investor on these houses?
No. So I was a part investor in the beginning, and now I actually just build all of those myself under his supervision.
Who has a license?
He has a license.
Okay, so
Brandon,
you're a
yes.
licensed residential
So
builder?
he signed up for me, yes, sir.
Okay.
Specialized more in affordable housing. So most of our houses are basically 3-bed. I have about 18 of those going on in Lincolnshire neighborhood, and we have about 9 also in Dominion Hills off of all around. So spread around Blue Ridge Terrace and all around. So
do you get out on the job site and get your hands dirty?
Oh, yes, sir. You can see my shoes. My shoes speak for every day.
Quite the profession change.
Yeah. Well, I've always had passion. So I'm from Ghana originally, and my dad was in construction. So, being a young boy, I was just going with him to construction sites back in Ghana. And, I've always had a knack for construction, but, I was also a science student back home. So when I got over here in this country, I figured being a pharmacist, great. And I did it for 10 years, and I paid my dues in that. And I was like, okay, let me just go do what I really want to do. That's my passion. I guess being a doctor was just for the family name. Oh, son is a doctor, but, so now I...
Interesting.
Tell me where Dominion Hills is.
Dominion is right off, if you own Leesburg Road, take Kaufman Road off Leesburg Road, and then just keep driving all the way before you meet. It's across.
All right. Thank you. If we get in any deeper, I'm going to need to get you up here sworn in. So,
What is your involvement with these 9 new homes in Dominion?
Well, I wish I had the picture. So I was the guy who brought even the clearing guy to clear. I was there right there clearing. He brought his T16. We cleared it. Saw the foundation being done. Went down to Richland County to get the permits. I've had permits. I did the SWIP 1, level 1, so no land disturbance. I was right in the meetings. Started the foundation. We did all of that. So I've been involved pretty much every step of the way. Currently, the reason why we didn't even sell those yet is because I have, 8 out of 9 under contract. But I needed to connect the sewer to the manhole because we were first approved for septic, and then the city is not talking to the county. There was just a whole bunch of woo-wah. So now I stepped in it, and now I'm putting a whole sewer, 600 feet, doing 4 manholes. And that thing kicked my butt, but it was a curve for me.
Now, Mr. Robertson signed your affidavit
Yes, sir.
as working for him,
Yes, sir.
but you didn't have a W-2 or a 1099. How were you getting paid?
I was a pharmacist.
By the pharmacy? You work for nothing?
No, I was just an apprentice, just working. I mean, and then, like I said, I strategically knew I was going to retire and just dive in full time, so I had enough money to just hold me over. And plus, some of these houses are my houses, so I was making money regardless when I sell them.
All right, you mentioned you were doing affordable housing.
Yes, sir.
Can you define that for me?
The price point. The price point, we sell them for $220, $225, $230.
How many square feet?
1250 square feet, 3 bedrooms, 2 bath. And it's the neighborhoods that we build into, so in fields.
Thank you. All right, I guess curiosity question.
Yeah.
If he's got a license, why do you need one?
Pro too. I mean, coming from a pharmacist, had my license, and I like to have my license also. Why not? 2 people having their license, we could spread around more and build more. Unhurt.
I still can't understand how you work for the man for a couple of 3 years and no pay. Just don't make sense to me.
Years ago. No pay wasn't that high back then.
Five years, 3 years, 2 years.
Got to be honest, if the builder were on record, I probably would have.
Well, I'm going to make a motion that you did not present enough evidence to me this morning to prove that you can sit for the exam. So I'm going to make a motion we deny your request. Motion failed for a second. I'm going to withdraw it.
I'd offer a motion that the applicant be allowed to sit for the exam. It does appear that he has the experience required to be able to sit for the exam, and I so move.
Mr. Robinson, are you willing to testify on his behalf? Come and be sworn in?
All right, can I get a second on this?
Second that for the discussion then.
So now, Mr. Robinson, I got to get you sworn in real quick.
Yes, sir. If you raise your right hand, do you solemnly swear the following testimony to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
First of all, how long have you had a license?
Since 2019.
Okay. So,
That mic, please. Pull it up.
2019.
so tell us a little bit about him, his
Well, he not-
abilities.
His abilities are, like I said, greatly spoken for. He was pretty much my right-hand man in majority of these projects. Like he said, he was there from clearing to final inspections. Anything that I needed done, he was there for me. I fully trust him with all his capabilities. So I think he should be allowed to take the test because he's proven his worth. And as far as the pay, when he approached me back in 2020, that's when our journey began. He was eager to learn. So me having the experience and giving him the opportunity to shadow myself, he didn't ask for a pay, you know, and I thought that was commendable on his part.
Would you be comfortable giving him a set of plans and putting him on his own to go do a house from start to finish?
100%.
Okay.
With your name on the permit?
100%.
All right, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, sir, you'll receive a letter in the mail releasing you for exam.
Thank you so much.
Thank you both.
Sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Zachary Dyer. Good morning, sir. Mr. Dyer, you know you had right to be represented by counsel, and you're going to waive that right? All right, let's get you sworn in, please.
Yes, sir. If you raise your right hand, do you solemnly swear the following testimony to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission, a builder's license for Mr. Dyer could not be approved at staff level. There was less than 1 year of experience in more than 3 categories on the experience affidavit.
All right, sir. What they have on the experience affidavit is project management and estimating. So give us some more background on what your abilities and what you do.
Yes, sir. So I graduated college in 22 from Georgia Southern University with a degree in construction management. And straight out of college, I moved to Bluffton and started working for Richard Best Custom Homes. Straight away, just sweeping houses, learning. I guess like anybody else, you think you graduate with a degree and you got it all figured out, and then you realize that you don't know anything. So started sweeping houses. Then I was in charge of basically just double checking work. And then after about 2 years, I got handed my first remodel, and then another one, and then another one. Now I'm on my second ground up. We specialize in full custom, pretty much a we don't say no kind of company. And yeah, I've been under 3 different builder's license holders, John Burkhead, Chris White, and Ross Daniel. And yeah,
But it says a lot that you stayed with them through this point. A lot of people like to jump, and you've been loyal to them since you got out of college and went from the start at the bottom and moved your way toward the top.
I couldn't ask for a better employer, honestly. The culture that Mr. Best has built is second to none.
So it's safe to say you've seen pretty much all aspects of the construction of a home.
Oh, yes, sir. Many times over.
Did you work for anyone in Savannah? You're from Savannah, right?
Yes, sir. I live in Savannah. I was from Effingham County. I didn't work for anybody. Just straight to Richard Best from college.
So your major was construction science at Georgia Southern?
It is construction science, but they call it construction management.
Okay, and that was, did you do that in 4 years or more?
5.
That's not bad. I mean, it takes 5. a lot of places that, where they have that major, it takes 5.
Yeah, it was physics for me.
If I had to go back, I would take it 5.
Yeah, me too. I might have taken 6. I think he's fine. I'll make a motion, we let him sit for the exam. I do think I'd agree it's commendable you stayed with the same company. I think that's good.
I have a motion, and Mr. Graves second that. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, sir. Good luck on the exam.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Cohen Richardson. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Mr. Richardson, you know you had right to be represented by counsel. You're going to waive that right?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's get you sworn in, please.
Yes, sir. If you raise your right hand, do you solemnly swear the following testimony to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission, an HVAC license for Mr. Richardson could not be approved at staff level. There was no experience affidavit provided.
All right, so there's a little note in there that I guess, I don't assume you still work for this same company?
Yes, sir.
That you fear maybe a little bit of retaliation or losing your job from
Yes,
asking?
sir. Yeah, if they found out that I was trying to get my own license.
So give us some background on your, how long you've been doing this and what level you're at experience-wise.
Yes, sir. I started doing HVAC when I was probably about 15, starting out of high school. I would go during the summers. I started working with Conway Heating and Air from December 2022 and 2023. I started work. Then I went to Tech, and for HVAC, and then I started working. I've been working with Tech Service Heating and Air for about a year now.
The school, the tech school, what was that course? How long was the course and what all did you study?
It was a year. We went over like residential heating and cooling and commercial heating and cooling. It was on refrigeration, everything to do with HVAC.
Did that cover install, duct work and all?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And whenever I was working with Conway Heating and Air, that's mainly what I did was installs. During the summer times, I did installs and kind of got introduced into doing service calls. And now with Tech Service, I do installs and service calls and a little bit of it all.
Those installs include new construction?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so it's duct work.
Yes, sir. Duct work, the whole 9 yards.
All right, what about calculating loads?
Yes, sir. We learned that in Tech.
And one last question. What type of credentials do you hold?
I have my EPA license, and when I graduated from Tech, I got my diploma from there.
Okay.
You did your, all go over load calculations, manual J, D, and S.
Yes, ma'am, we did.
So do you know how to do all of those?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll make,
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Mr. Richardson, that is not an easy exam, so I would suggest you study.
Yes, ma'am, I've heard that.
A motion second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, sir. Good luck on the exam. Next up is Daniel Laredo. Good morning, sir. Mr. Laredo, you know you had right to be represented by counsel, and you're going to waive that right? All right, let's get you sworn in, please.
Yes, sir. Do you solemnly swear the following testimony to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission, a builder's license for Mr. Laredo could not be approved at staff level. There was less than 1 year of experience in more than 3 categories on the experience affidavit.
All right, sir, it's been like a number of them here today that you just have project management listed, so give us some background.
Correct. So, construction industry professionally since 2020. Worked for a few licensed builders. The other companies I was with, I think are listed in my packet. We would do subcontracted work for licensed builders. But I grew up framing with my dad. He was a framer and a roofer. Started that one. I've always done construction work on the side and have done multiple projects from the ground up. Most of the work we do now is renovation work in downtown Greenville, so there's not a ton of new builds going on in the properties that we own, but it's basically down to the studs and all new systems, all new mechanicals, everything. So
You have done home from the ground up?
yeah, I've done 5 in the last 5 years.
And if you get your license, what do you want to do with them?
I plan to work for Stone Property for a long time. It's a great company. They currently have someone on staff who decided to go start pursuing doing their own thing, and that's why they brought me in. So he's got his license, and he's eventually going to move on, and they need someone long-term to manage all their capital improvements for their properties throughout Greenville.
So the company itself is not licensed right now, just the employee that's moving on is the one that holds the license?
Correct.
Do most of the work in city of Greenville?
Almost exclusively.
I'd help you. That's a tough place to work.
Yeah.
I knew he was a good bit older than me, but I knew David.
Okay, yeah.
And David was actually a good friend. And I think that if he's working, are you doing residential and commercial, or?
Our commercial stuff we hire out to commercial GC, so I do all of our residential.
Okay, they have a considerable portfolio of rental properties. I say my recommendation would be a motion to let them sit for the exam.
I'll second.
All right, I have a motion second. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, sir. You receive a letter in the mail, and good luck on the exam.
Thank you guys. Have a good day.
Thank you. Anthony Moore III. Morning, sir. Mr. Moore, you know you had right to be represented by counsel, and you're going to waive that right? Yes. Morning, please.
Sir, if you'll raise your right hand, do you solemnly swear the following testimony to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission, Anthony Moore has been noticed to appear before the Commission for a review of compliance with the Commission's prior order and for further consideration of licensure as a residential HVAC installer and repairer as the Commission may deem appropriate. On July 9th, 2025, Mr. Moore appeared before the Commission for a renewal application hearing due to outstanding judgments. As a result of the hearing, Mr. Moore's license was renewed subject to certain conditions pertaining to the judgments, as set forth more fully in the order. The order provides in part that on or before January 9th, Mr. Moore shall provide written proof documentation of good faith efforts made to try to resolve and satisfy the subject judgments, to include without limitation any payment agreement, payment plan, or other payment arrangements made between the parties to satisfy the subject judgments, and documentation of efforts made to try to enter into payment arrangement, payment plan to satisfy the subject judgments to the extent a payment plan or payment agreement has not been reached for a judgment. After reviewing the information submitted by Mr. Moore, staff determined that Mr. Moore would need to appear before the Commission for a review, evaluation, and assessment of his compliance with the Commission's order and for further consideration of his licensure as the Commission may deem appropriate.
All right, sir. I guess we need some type of update and proof that these judgments have been either taken care of or are being taken care of.
So Hunter Morris, my attorney, I've sent in like the email communications between him. One of them is on a payment agreement, which isn't the one y'all were discussing, but the other two, we were in touch with QuickBridge for months. I mean, they won't settle for anything unless I give them a $10,000-$15,000 down payment, which I just can't do right now. So with these two judgments, I've sent a check last month, $500 each, and a check this month that I emailed this morning, actually, to you guys. So I'm sending the payments. I got to a point where I told them, I'm going to send these payments. You know, that's all I can do. I can't give a $15,000 down payment on these judgments. So I've sent 2 payments so far, and I'll continue to do so. And I have not checked. To my knowledge, they haven't cashed the one from last month yet. So, but I'm still going to send the $500 payments because that's what I'm able to do currently. So I have $2,000 in payments that I send out every month.
All right, but that hadn't been regular. I mean, that's sporadic.
No. That just started when I came in here the last time, and we were in negotiations with them to try to set up an agreement, but they won't give me an actual payment agreement unless I give them a lump sum up front, which I couldn't do. So I got to the point where I just said, I'm going to send the money that I can every month, and then, I mean, that's all I can do right now. I couldn't give them a lump sum that they were asking for, so they wouldn't sign off on an agreement, an actual agreement.
I understand that, and I understand the lump sum, and I understand the companies, you know, wanting their money, because this has been out there for a minute.
Right.
I mean, it's not brand new.
Yeah.
And
the one I did, the East Coast one, I had the payment agreement on, and then the business went through a real low slump, and it was immediately the next month, that's when they passed the judgment because I couldn't pay that month. So even with them, I've still sent them two payments to Anthony Hafer, which is the attorney for East Coast. So, I mean, I'm doing all that I can on my part to send what I can, but without that lump sum, they won't give me a written plan.
like I said, I understand that, but it puts us in a tough situation where this, I mean, these are suppliers that have been left out for a while now.
One of them is, yes.
And there are still two outstanding. One for 51,000, one for 59,000? That's the two biggest ones, or is there three?
Correct. But there's one that has a payment plan and it has had for a while, and it's $1,000 a month.
That East Coast?
That is Ferguson.
Can I ask Mr. Bailey a question? So can I? So there's 59 and 51 plus another, or no?
There's three.
Yeah, well, I think the one that you're referencing may be Ferguson and East Coast. Those are the two biggest ones, the suppliers. The other one was a lot smaller of one, and it's a QuickBridge loan is what it was.
Okay, so the answer is yes to three.
Yes, there's three.
Y'all were concerned with because they didn't have a payment plan, and that's, yeah.
Ferguson, we got a payment plan with. I mean,
Correct.
not Ferguson, the other one, we got a payment plan.
That is Ferguson with the payment plan.
Right.
Yeah.
All right, is Ferguson who you sent a payment of 500 and,
No,
did you say 600?
Ferguson is the one that's $1,000 a month. That's been in place for a while. East Coast, because we had a payment plan of 500 a month, which is why I started sending them 500 a month again. But because I missed that one payment, they automatically put the judgment out there, and they won't give me another payment plan without a $10,000 lump sum. So I started that payment plan back up again. It's just not.
Official.
You're right, right.
All right, from,
You know, what that does is hold a gun to our head. You can't make the payments if you don't have a license, but you got $100,000 out there. Did you did that? I didn't do that.
No, you're absolutely right.
So,
It was,
but you want to hold the gun to my head and say, give me my license so I can make the payments.
no, I mean, I completely understand your guys' position on that, and that is my fault. I was young and dumb in the business world, and I gotten too far over my head and got into credit accounts that I should have never got into. So it's a lot harder to catch up, but I just wanted to show you that I am making the progress to try to catch that up instead of letting it just go.
all right, here's my question. Was from, I think it was July of 2025? Was there an order sent in the summer pertaining to this?
I signed an order pertaining to that.
It's on page 2 in the documents.
Okay, from whenever you received the order, how much have you paid?
So there was negotiations for all those months between Hunter Morris and QuickBridge and then John Scully and East Coast. I didn't send anything to them until I wanted that signed payment plan. So in the past, I mean, I've sent 2 payments out in the past 2 months because 3 months ago, I got to the point I just emailed them. I said, listen, I'm going to send a payment because I wanted confirmation that I could do that. They emailed me back and said, you can send whatever you want. We just can't give you any signed payment agreement as what you need for the LLR.
Okay, so.
Because they knew I needed something for the LLR to satisfy.
If what we were told July 25th or 2025 or July of 2025, let's just say August. So from August until 2 or 3 months ago, you sent nothing?
No, because I was letting my lawyer handle it. They were handling the back and forth because he was trying to come up with a number that would suit them, and then it got to the deadline, which was January, to where we couldn't make anything work. So I said, I'm just going to send a payment. And then when I started doing that, that's when I just sent the copies of the check to you guys to kind of show that I was writing those checks and sending them. But that's the most I can do. I can't get a signed payment agreement. They know I need it for the LLR, but they won't give it to me unless I give them 10 or 15 grand a piece.
There is a letter stating.
Yeah.
They're basically holding their head, if he can't give them $10,000 plus the $1,000 a month, then it doesn't look like they're willing to make any kind of agreement.
And he owes them $59,000, so that's their right to do that.
Absolutely.
The other 2 creditors that you owed, that you had agreements with,
Right.
how much have you paid them during the past year? Or 9 months?
Well, Ferguson, it would be close to 10 grand because that payment arrangement's been going on for a while. And East Coast, I just started back up when we went through all this, so it's only been a 1,000 or so.
So from the last time that you were here, as I understand it, you've really only paid back a total of about $13,000, is that right?
Right.
Okay.
Yes.
And most of that was done in the last 2 months. And based on what I'm reading in this, had payments been made during the last 9 months from July to now, is that right? And that what it appears to be? Paid down that debt considerably.
That
but
was
payments hadn't been
was
made.
my question.
Yeah.
That it's been 9 months.
They hadn't really paid anything except the last couple of months. Is that right? Is that your
That was
understanding of the?
That was after the agreement ran out. It was January the 9th, already after that.
And I was basically working with both of these attorneys, and it was there was no inclination that I should send any money until we had a payment plan in place. So it wasn't like I didn't want to pay them. It was just I was waiting on them to send me something to where I had that proper paperwork to give you guys, but it never happened.
All right, I'm going to ask this just for fun. Since July of 2025, are you still working or are you not?
No, I'm fully in business. I've lost a few employees, but we're fully in business. I'm still doing jobs.
All right. I just need you to help me.
Okay.
If you're still doing the same profession.
Yep.
And knew this was coming on January 9, the money that you've made off of jobs you've performed, why didn't you make those payments before just a couple of months ago? I'm not following the path here.
My attorneys were working on that, and I wasn't advised to send any money until they called me and said, there's nothing we can do. This is as far as they're willing to go. And then I took it into my own hands and started emailing East Coast attorney and the QuickBridge attorney and told them, this is what I can do and what I'm going to do. I'm going to start sending you money every month. But as far as, the lump sum, I just can't do it right now. Talk to me in 2 months when we're in the dead heat of summer, then maybe I can come up with 10 grand to send one of them. But as far as from January to now, it wasn't happening.
Are you COD on current suppliers?
Yes, I've never got another credit account since those. I don't want them.
So he's, spending the money to buying the new appliances, new heat,
Right.
new air conditioning, but not paying past debt until
Well-
the last couple of months. And I understand the idea of not doing anything until the lawyers prepare some agreement, and I'm equally certain this wasn't a priority for them. But I am concerned that it sort of, I think that this group, when they made the ruling, that he had to have a payment agreement, start to make payments, believed that meant he should start payments immediately, and that didn't happen. We've only got 3 months experience with two creditors, and about 10 months with the third creditor, Ferguson. Is that right?
Yeah, that's been a little over a year, right?
But our order says that he shall provide documentation of good faith efforts made to try to resolve and satisfy the subject.
Correct.
I think he does that, I guess.
And
I
to me,
don't
that's
know,
what he was instructed to do.
I think the definition of good faith might be
True.
questionable because it didn't happen until recently. But we do have, we think, 12 months of paying Ferguson, or 9 months, I guess, since July. Is that about right?
I'll say
So are we allowed to renew his license for one more year based on continued reduction in debt, I guess?
Yeah, I think obviously we got to send a new order
Yeah.
if we're going to allow him to continue to work. We've got to create a new order at this point, defining what the parameters are going to be.
It seemed to me like good faith, you could say that he did follow good faith. It isn't necessarily what we were looking for, but he's paid some of it back, and he's either had agreements or tried to make agreements. And then when the guy said, we're not going to make you an agreement, he sent him $500 a month anyway against a $50,000 debt. Was that
Right.
Yeah.
I'll say the good faith part that I took out of that when I sent the email thread from my lawyer to you guys, that was showing my efforts. And yeah, maybe I should have sent them payments a little bit earlier, but I was never advised to do that, and I just didn't want to throw money out there that wasn't going to go to anything.
Do you still buy from any of these companies on a COD basis?
East Coast Metals, yes. Ferguson, no.
Okay.
But the accounts that I do have are all cash accounts.
I look at it this way. And again, like Mr. Bailey said, you're kind of holding the gun to our head, but if we take your license, obviously these businesses will probably never get paid.
I'll be honest, I think a year is stretching it. I'd like to see it extend for 6 months. And then he needs to prove to us that those payments have been cashed by East Coast Metals.
So you won't cancel checks?
Yes, I want to see a copy that the checks were deposited, not just a copy of you sending it to them.
I don't know that they've cashed that first check yet, but they've got 2 of them now, so.
Well, I agree that if we take his license, they're out.
Yeah, 100%.
But what bothers me is in his testimony, and she could go back, but I believe I heard clear that he, in the last 2 or 3 months, is when he made the $500 or $600 payments. That's well after the deadline that was set by our last summer's decision of January. So I'll vote in favor of an extension, but
No more than 6 months. I think a
I
year is
think there
way
has
too
to be a
long.
finish line.
Yeah, I concur.
One other suggestion here in that, and I'll go for the 6 months too, but he's got to give us proof every month. And if he misses sending them a check, immediate suspension.
Any of those suppliers that you're making payments to, if you miss any of them, then I agree with you that it needs to be suspension. So
Yeah,
I'll
I
make a
understand that.
motion.
That your time ran out and you thought, uh-oh, I better make some payments to make it look good.
I'm sorry.
You know,
And they did spend a very long time trying to figure it out, but yes, I mean, I understand
Craft
that.
this thing, yeah, let's craft
Yep.
it there.
I'm going to make a motion, we go into executive session for legal advice.
I'll second.
Motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? All right, we'll need to clear this room, please. And a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right.
Can I, real quick?
Yes, sir.
So I just verified while we were out there, the 3 checks that have been cashed between Aubrey Thacher, which is the Quick Bridge, and then the East Coast, I sent those to Shireen. So the screenshots of them actually being cashed out of the account. So those 3 checks are done, and there's 2 more that went out today.
Okay. Thank you.
But that was copies of canceled checks where they've deposited them, right?
Well, it was a screenshot off my bank account that showed that it came out of my account. Yeah, and it shows the check number, date, and who it was to.
That's the same thing.
Yeah.
All right. Well, you just elevated yourself just a little bit by being able to prove that. By the length of this executive session we just had, I hope you know it's pretty iffy with our decision here.
I came in understanding how serious that was.
Yeah. We think that, you probably applied minimal effort to this thing. From our side, is what it looks like, because nothing happened until March.
Right.
From last July. And you ran out of time in January. So as I said, it looks like, oops, I got to hurry up and make it look like I did something.
Yeah, I understand that. That's why I started sending the checks, because I knew you're right. I knew I had to do something, make some kind of effort.
All right. I'm going to make a motion, and it's going to be tight whether it passes or not. I'm just going to be quite honest with you. We're going to allow you to continue for 6 more months. But in that 6 months, you've got to continue to make monthly payments to Ferguson of 1,000, East Coast of 1,000, and East Coast of 500, and Quick Bridge of 500 every month.
Right.
If you miss one of those 3 any month during the next 6 months, you'll be administratively suspended for your license.
Okay.
And we are going to require you to be back here in 6 months to update us. But each month, you've got to send copies in to staff where those things were withdrawn out of your bank account. You need copies of a check that you sent, so it'll show check number, amount, and then, as you just did, copy of where it came out of your bank account.
Yeah, what I just sent, it is the actual check that's scanned into the bank, so it shows. So is that to Shireen? That's who I sent it.
It would need to come to Mimi. Shireen's actually out today, so I can't get a hold of those emails
So
you
everything
just sent.
sent this morning. Okay, gotcha.
All right, I got one quick.
I was going to ask, so if he complies with that and he proves the 6 month, he can continue to do that. But if in that 6 month, any of those payments are missing, is that what you're referring to?
That's correct. Now, that does not stop you from continuing to try to get a written agreement.
Right.
You still have to show good faith in continuing to get a true agreement with them, because they may not want 500, they may want 700.
Yeah.
They may want something else other than what you're paying.
I want to clarify I'm sorry, Brian. I want to clarify one quick thing. If he's compliant, we don't need him back here in 6 months.
Okay, I'll go with that. Yeah.
There's no reason to drag him in here and go, yeah, you complied, see you later.
And if he doesn't comply, we don't need him back here in 6 months because he's going to administratively be suspended.
He'll bring himself back here somehow, trying to find a way to get back
That's true.
with a license.
One further clarification, if he does comply for the 6 months, his updates would be every 6 months as far as the payments.
Yeah. So when this next 6 months is up, he's going to do the same thing again the next 6 months and the next 6 months till we get this thing, know that you're in compliance and staying in compliance.
True. Right.
So do I?
In June, would that be his first month of the next 6?
When he receives the order, would be
Receive the
my
order.
assumption.
Order received.
Yes, sir.
These upstate,
Well,
sorry.
right- one second. Right now, we just have the motion. I don't think it's been
It hasn't been
seconded.
seconded yet.
Okay.
Now it's been seconded.
We have a motion second. Now you're concerned.
What you said threw me off, but do I need to send these every month or at that 6-month verse, send the past 6 months?
At the 6 months.
Okay,
You collect all your data, and then at 6 months, you send it in.
that's fair.
Okay.
I have a question on the start line of the time. How long does it take for the order to be sent? Because didn't you say, did you ask June? Somebody asked, is it June? Or is it after the order? And I think the answer was after the order, right?
Once the order is made, signed, and sent.
All right, now, what is that? Is that
I don't know how
1
quick.
month, 3 months? Because if
Generally
it's 3
30
months, we're going to be
generally 30
past his renewal of the next time.
Generally 30 days.
Okay. All right.
Isn't that correct, Eli? In the 30-day mark?
Roughly. We shoot for that, but in this, we'll make it a priority on this.
Okay.
I think it would probably make the most sense for everybody if it falls probably in June, since that's the renewal. So he could provide an update in June, and then in the off year, and then et cetera.
I think that would be acceptable.
Now, under discussion is what we're under. Yes, sir. Mr. Moore, I'm going to tell you right now, up front, I used to be in the HVAC business for years. With the amount of money that you owe right now and the payments that you're making right now, and the amount of interest that's on those payments you're making right now, you ain't going to make it.
Right.
I'm telling you right now, you're
I
not
agree.
going to make it. So that's just common sense from me being in the business all them years, to just tell you up front. In my opinion, you ain't going to make it. So that's just my opinion.
Good.
I would encourage you to lay hard on your attorney and try to get some kind of an agreement that you can live with and to where you can get them paid off.
Yeah.
18% is not going to get you there.
Yeah, right. My hope was to get them down enough where I could try to consolidate them into something easier with less interest.
All right, we have a motion second. Is there any more discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, sir, you know what you got to do. You'll receive an order in the mail from us, and that will kick off your 6-month start date.
Okay. And for her email, I just need to reach out and get it?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep, just they'll give you all the information they need, and y'all can discuss formatting on how, the information is sent. All right?
Very much. Have a good day.
Thank you. Joshua Sharp. Morning, sir. Mr. Sharp, you know you had the right to be represented by counsel, and you're going to waive that right?
Yes.
All right, let's get you sworn in, please.
Yes, sir. If you'll raise your right hand, do you solemnly swear the following testimony to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, an HVAC license for Mr. Sharp could not be approved at staff level. There was less than 1 year of experience and more than 3 categories on the experience affidavit.
All right, sir. Your affidavit just says service call work, and that's it. So
Yes, sir.
give us some background.
So I will be 56 years old on Saturday. I've been doing HVAC since I was 17 years old. I am a senior service technician. I spent 20 years as an installer, the past 16, 17 years doing a little of both, mainly service. I am the only service technician in the entire low country that can properly tune, troubleshoot an oil burner, repair an oil burner. Believe it or not, we still have some oil furnaces in Charleston. My background is heavy in gas, airflow, ductwork. I do this every single day of my career, holidays, weekends, nights. This is all I've ever done. I see a reoccurring theme with these affidavits. So when I saw a copy of it, I called my former employer, who explained that he was in a hurry when he filled it out. So it's 2.7 years of service. That's all I can tell you. Other than that, if y'all have any questions, I'd love to answer them.
Well, at your age, you don't need to be crawling under the house doing duct work anyway now, so your service works perfect.
Exactly.
So you have been previously approved to take the exam?
In 2019, and I think it was 1 year from the time of approval to take the exam. Unfortunately for me, that was at the height of COVID when everything was shut down. I let it go. When I reapplied, that's when we've had the issue. And I understand what staff see and when they look at that affidavit with the 000 service part on it. But I have more than put in time in this trade to take this exam, and I've been prepared to take it for the last 5 years. And a lot of it's probably not even going to be open book. It's all up here.
Well, I'm going to make a motion you allow you to stand for the exam. If you can work on an oil burner and deal with that smell.
I'll second that.
Thank you.
I don't want to work on one.
It's rare that we do. I mean, there's about 100 around Charleston still, believe it or not. So
And
that's
the
why
upstates also.
companies don't work on oil in Charleston typically. So when I was with Limerick, we probably serviced 90% of them, and it was yours truly.
They still show up with a tanker and a big hose and pump it into the,
They absolutely do.
those tanks still sit up, or they have to be buried now?
Well, they're trying to get away from burials. Our
They set
water
up on a-
table,
like a
so,
rack?
yeah, our water table, like we get a hurricane or something, they'll float right out of the ground.
They all got to be above ground and containment built
Yes, sir.
around them.
Below ground?
Containment built around
Below
them.
ground. Oh, okay, got it, yeah. We had one of those when I was a kid. I mean, that was a kid in the 50s, so.
Messy,
and I remember
smelly,
we
and
converted to
expensive.
natural gas.
It's warm.
No, they still did that.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any more discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, sir. Good luck on the exam.
Thank you, and God bless.
Yep, thank you.
Take the books with you anyhow. Yeah, I know it's up here, but take the books with you.
Absolutely. I'm not chancing that.
Next up is Mark Ivanov. Good afternoon, sir.
Hello.
Mr. Ivanov, you know you had right to be represented by counsel today, and you're going to waive that right? All right, let's get you sworn in, please.
Yes, sir. If you raise your right hand, do you solemnly swear the following testimony to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, a builder's license for Mr. Ivanov could not be approved at staff level. There was less than 1 year of experience and more than 3 categories on the experience affidavit.
All right, sir, so the experience affidavit has carpentry, plumbing, electrical, and that's it. So tell us some of your background, what you do.
So I started doing construction in 2021, and I was an apprentice and getting paid a lot. So I actually got on paper in 2022, and then that's when, well, that's already when, so what we would do is remodels. So we'd go and destroy the bathrooms, kitchens, everything in between, build it new. And what we started doing towards the end was we would build living spaces out of garages. So what I know how to do is pretty much everything from subfloor to the ceiling.
So all this was done in Oregon?
That's correct, till 2024. Then in 2024, I officially moved here. And then I moved on to doing real estate. I got my real estate license in 2024, and that's what I currently do. And right now, I'm just trying to move back over to the construction side of things.
Now, new construction from the ground up. How many houses have you built?
No, I haven't built new houses. I used to build from the ground up garages into living spaces.
But no brand new single-family houses?
I have never actually built like with my hands on, no.
But the structure you were referring to, tell me about that, the one you say you have built from the ground up.
Oh, so we would just create a subfloor, throw in insulation, throw on flooring on top, and create a bedrooms, bathroom
So it's an existing garage and you turning it into a bedroom or a living space?
Basically turned it into a living space, yeah, one bedroom.
Okay. So your background's pretty much is extensively in remodeling?
Sir.
Okay.
You were licensed in Oregon.
I was working for a general contractor.
Worked under the supervision of a licensed builder in Oregon.
Yes, sir.
That contractor's license allowed them to do what?
Well, remodels.
They build new homes? Did that license allow for that?
Oh, no, it's not residential construction.
And you were employed by them for
Enterprises.
2 years?
Yeah, almost 2 years, yeah.
It says that Mark, under our direct supervision, you don't know whether they were licensed or not in Oregon.
They have a license to the general contractor.
They were licensed general contractors, so who was your supervisor at that time that walked around with you and showed you what to do, how to do it, and where to do it?
Juga. His name was Alex Juga.
He's the owner or the license holder?
Yes.
A little affidavit submitted by
Juga.
says our company specialize or a wide range of residential commercial construction, specialized remodeling and new construction. I'm just trying to get to the point whether you have had some experience in both remodeling and new construction.
So hands-on, I did remodeling, and basically it's new construction when we're turning the garage into a living space. But with residential, that's what I know I have experience in now, not with hands-on, but I work with builders now, and I handle inspections, and I handle, well, when we're buying the house or selling the house, and I'm working with a builder right now, Capital Legacy Builds, and I handle getting the soil tested, getting the permits. So, but I've never actually done like foundation work, but I don't see why I would need to. There's companies that's all they do, and I'll call them and then call the inspectors and then move forward with building a house.
You're currently in real estate and you want to get back into remodeling, is that?
Yes, I'm a licensed real estate agent, and I want to build houses as well.
All right, I promise you I was listening. But just tell me again what you just said about you're working with builders now, I guess, on the real estate side, but tell me that again. You're working with builders now, and you're doing, fill the blank in for me.
So I find the land, I help them make sure the land is good to build on. I buy the land, make sure it's good to build on, call the soil scientists, help them get the permit for the septic tanks. That's basically my role right now with the builder.
Deals with DHEC.
Okay. But after construction starts, you don't have anything to do with that?
I'm on the site, but like I don't take responsibility for anything that gets done, but I look at everything from start to finish.
Okay, what city is this?
Spartanburg, that's where I live.
Okay.
when you, when you say you didn't do hands-on, you actually go to a job site where they were building a single-family home and see the lot, see them build the foundation or the slab, see them start to do the plumbing, do the electrical. Have you seen all of that? On a house, on a single residential house. Now, you mentioned, I think, redoing a garage, changing the garage into living space, but have you seen them build it from the ground up at all?
Yes, the houses?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
How many of those?
Well, like I'd say that I was directly involved with 5, but I'm always walking around the construction sites that they're building subdivisions, so I'm just watching it from beginning to end. But that I was directly involved with around 5.
You were an on-site superintendent for these folks, is that right? On-site superintendent?
No, that wasn't my responsibility. I'm just the real estate agent.
Yeah, but I'm trying to understand, what a builder does is he knows what to do with his hands. You know, I go back to a long time ago, there was a TV show called Dr. Kildare, and he was a brain surgeon. Now, I can watch him operate on brains all day, but that don't make me a brain surgeon just because I watched him. So just because you watched him do something on a house doesn't make you a builder.
Yes, but, so no, I
You
know
got
how
to have that hands-on.
No,
You
so-
got to know what to do. You got to know how the wires pull. You got to know how to read blueprints. You got to know how deep a foundation goes. All those things you got to know from experience.
So from experience, I know how to do framing, flooring, drywall, tile, move plumbing, electrical around, but I've never done hands-on foundational work, but that's what I'm here for. I'm trying to like get the opportunity to just learn like.
No, you
how-
got to prove to me that you've done it already. You're not here to get the experience or for me to allow you to get the experience. You got to tell me what you've done to get here so far.
For construction, I've done from the floor up. I've just never actually done foundational work with my hands. But everything else in construction, I know how to do.
So I think there's some confusion as to what you're doing currently versus what you did at Oregon. Oregon's where you gained all your hands-on experience. Here in Spartanburg, you're part of a subdivision or sets of houses going up that you're actually selling for someone, correct? All right. But you're out there on a daily basis seeing these houses being built at this current time. Okay. But the hands-on experience is from the affidavit is from Oregon. Okay, right.
Sounds like I've got it. You actually, at the end of the day, don't have to call subs and schedule them. You don't do any scheduling, is that right? You just look at it and see what they're doing while you're on site selling. Is that right? And who are you on site selling for? What builder?
Capital Legacy Builds.
Sorry?
Capital Legacy Builds.
Okay. Capital Leg.
Capital Legacy Builds, yeah, and I work sometimes with Meritage Homes as well.
Sit to take the test because he hadn't had actual responsibility in terms of hands-on construction experience. I mean, he's out there watching it, he sees it, but he's not scheduling, he's not not responsible for anything related to the building.
Right. Not at this point right now. Previous
Previous in Oregon.
Oregon,
Right.
he did the hands-on work for 2.5 years.
That's where the 5 houses were, was in Oregon.
That's now, but I've built interiors for a lot more than 5 houses. I did that for 2-3 years.
Okay.
He hasn't been built ground up.
That's up to-
Experience working for a builder in South Carolina. That,
Doesn't have to be for a builder in South Carolina. It would be based on his experience only. It's whether you feel he has proven to us that he has shown experience to build a house from the ground up and be able to sit for the exam.
based on the way I understand it, is that he just did remodel. hadn't built a house from the
In
ground up.
Oregon, correct.
Here in Columbia, or in South Carolina, I'm sorry, here in South Carolina, that he simply watched the houses being built
That he is selling.
while he was on site selling. Does that sound right to you?
So I mean, I couldn't build a house. I could do it. That just wasn't my role because I wasn't a licensed builder, so I can't be the one doing that. But I can build a house, and I'm in construction now for about 5 years in the construction industry. I understand everything about it.
Okay, here's what we got a problem with. All we got is you saying, yes, I can do it. We've got no pictures that says you can do it, that I've done it, this is what I've done, this is who I've done it with, all those kinds of things. You know, we're just lacking information, just to be quite honest.
And the affidavit is minimal.
Electrical, plumbing, and tile frame and sump pumps. That's all it says.
You're asking us to make a decision with very little information, and we just don't have enough to make that decision in the affirmative right now.
What other information would you need?
Well, you know, it'd be nice to have, if you could offer some pictures or bring somebody with you that says, yeah, this is what he did for me, or...
They're still in Oregon, and I try to get pictures, but they're super busy, and they keep saying, hey, we're going to send it to you, we're going to send it to you, and then
We understand that, but it's your job to show burden of a proof that you've done what you said you've done. So without proof, we're going to have to make a recommendation to deny due to lack of proven experience.
Second.
All right, I have a motion second. Is there any more discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, sir. I mean, it is tough with the incomplete affidavit is what we have. I mean, it shows very little. We have nothing else beyond that other than testimony that you've done this and done that. And I think to get past this board, you're going to have to show more proof, whether it's pictures, plans, permitting that show that you were a part of this project and have done what you said you've done. And that's where we're at. All right, thank you. Lunch is coming when? He has gone right now. Let's see. Chris, are you ready or could be ready?
All you got to do is call. He's been ready since 10 o'clock this morning.
If you want to go ahead with the OIE status report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Residential Builders Commission OIE status report from May 13th, 2026. We had a total of 340 complaints received, 119 active investigations, and 364 cases closed.
Sounds like you've been busy.
Yes, sir. It's getting busier.
All right, if you want to move on to the IRC.
IRC report for April 22nd, 2026. We had 6 dismissals, 2 formal complaints, 2 cease and desist orders, and 2 citations.
Motion to approve IRC.
Second.
I have a motion and seconds. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, resolution guidelines.
Resolution guidelines for May 13th, 2026. We have 21 citations with cease and desist and 3 dismissals.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right, quick question, and this was brought up earlier. Complaints that come in from like codes departments and all, how often does that happen?
It's becoming more frequent, Mr. Chairman, by virtue of the third-party inspection firms that are starting to take over for a lot of these jurisdictions that can't hire staff or maintain staff due to competitive payment from these third parties. So we're seeing a lot more from companies such as CCI, RCI, Safe Built. It's just becoming more prevalent because there's more staff out there seeing a lot more going on.
And so they're able to file a complaint on behalf of the jurisdiction?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Complaints been against the builders or against subcontractors, the majority?
The majority of, Mr. Graves, I think we could classify against unlicensed contractors and specialty registrants. Yes, sir.
Someone who said they could build houses, who said they were registered builder, or what do we call it?
Well, it could be a matter of a permit not being issued that kind of opens Pandora's box for them. They're finding specialty contractors on a job that they may not even be able to pull the permit for because it's outside the scope of their classification.
Thank you. Yeah.
One last question, maybe not last, but it seems that a lot of different jurisdictions have different rules in requiring when a building permit is required.
That could be by ordinance, Mr. McLeod. Each jurisdiction is responsible for adopting Chapter 1 of the Building Code and then any subsequent ordinances that they think should pertain to Chapter 1. So there could be some slight differences as to what the threshold for a permit is required for.
So when a complaint is filed about getting, not getting the appropriate permit, does the inspector go back and look at those local ordinances as to whether the builder complied or not?
I would assume so, Mr. McLeod, but we've had recent legislation that's also provided some exemptions to permits. So hopefully these local jurisdictions and these third parties that are acting on their behalf are cognizant of that. But it's hard to say when you're talking 46 counties of a jurisdiction and those municipalities within those 46 counties. So it could be a slight difference between, some of them set a threshold of a value or a scope of work, or either, or both. It just depends.
We were told yesterday that the city of Greer is now using CCI. Have you heard that, or?
Yes, sir. Again, the third-party firms are becoming more common because local jurisdictions cannot compete with the salaries that they offer. It's just probably 30 to 40% more in a salary that they can offer than the local jurisdictions can pay.
And then in the city of Greenville, CCI does some of the inspections, and then the city of Greenville does some, and that's not a good.
That's a nightmare.
It's a nightmare.
Yeah.
Would be generated between the local jurisdiction and CCI specifically as to what their role and the limitation of that role is. So it may not, the jurisdiction may issue the permit, but CCI may be responsible for the inspections process, or vice versa.
Okay.
All right, thank you, sir. Other than what's in the packet, Janet, do you have anything to add on the executive report?
No, sir. We did get 77 applicants for the vacancies, so we'll start interviews again.
That be in time for renewals?
Renewals already started April 15th.
Or when everybody does it last minute? I'm happy to report I have not.
I got one question. Is anybody using Outlook for their emails? Outlook.com? You are? Are you getting your notices, like, to open up? You're still getting yours? Okay. See, she's getting hers. I'm not getting mine. I know. They just don't like my computer.
Me that iCloud and Outlook are both rejecting our do not reply emails. So we're getting complaints from applicants and renewals because they send the password verification to them and they're not getting it.
Right.
So, no, it's not just you.
Say, I did have to do that a couple times. Sometimes you have to do it multiple times for it.
Oh, I tried 20, 30 times, but I even went in and told Outlook, I want to receive emails from the secured site, and I gave them the email address, and it still wouldn't come through. Oh, well, I just checking. I don't want to change my email address, but I'll have to.
Well, it does, but it kind of
Aye.
Ready? All right, we'll get back going here. We're still on initial applications. First up is Michael Scott. Sir, if you want to come to that chair right in front of you, one important thing is to speak clearly into the microphone. You can move that whole base and everything towards you so you can not have to lean over. Good afternoon, sir.
Yes, good afternoon.
Mr. Scott, do you know you had right to be represented by counsel today, and you're going to waive that right?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, to your left is our court reporter, and she will get you sworn in, sir.
Yes, sir. If you raise your right hand, do you solemnly swear the following testimony to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission, a builder's license for Mr. Scott could not be approved at staff level. There was less than 1 year of experience in more than 3 categories, and there was no W-2 or 1099 information provided.
All right, sir, if you want to explain that to the commission here so we can determine whether you sit for the exam.
Yes. So in the experience category, I do have more than 1 year experience. My experience is with a general contractor. I did not work directly for the general contractor as I had a full-time job outside of that, but I did work 30 or more hours a week under this general contractor supervision as a foreman on the construction site of two different homes.
So these were ground-up homes?
Yes.
Okay.
I have 13 years experience in renovations and flips, but in ground-up construction, this was my introduction into that experience side of the business in order to get this residential builder's license.
So let's quickly go over the flips. What the 13 years of that? How extensive were these? How involved were you?
So I was a builder owner of the flipper owner. So I did live-in flips. So I was the owner. So a lot of the things I could do myself without being a general contractor, and each one of at least 95% of the flips were complete guts and renovations from literally category, electrical, plumbing,
And you got hands-on on.
I didn't pay anybody. I very rarely did I pay people to do things for me because it was a side business.
So essentially, that was your job.
Not as a full-time employee. I worked in corporate America my entire working career, but it's been my passion and hobby and just an opportunity to make additional income.
Okay. Now, to the houses you did from ground up, I know that was, again, an apprenticeship.
Yes.
And on a part-time basis. What did you do yourself on those jobs?
Physically myself, outside of being a foreman to the other trades, I did the painting, I did the trim work, I did the landscaping, I did the decking, I did the all the custom work, closets, pantries, all of those different things, all the paint, primer and paint for the entire construction. So I was there also witnessing and supervising the other trades as well.
Okay.
Especially work or?
To my understanding, I didn't require one for painting and for trim work and landscaping.
And you worked for him, you didn't have a W-2 or a 1099, so.
No, sir.
What were you doing, just free bono?
For experience purposes only, for this day.
And now that was just 2 houses?
Yes, sir.
And how many flips? You said 13 years worth. I don't know.
It's about eight,
Okay.
approximately 8. Live on them 2 years, flip it, renovate 2 years, flip. I've done that since 2012.
Now, when you were doing the flips, who pulled the permits for the work to be done on those?
I did. And in the categories of the extent that I did it that required a flip. So by code, not everything that I did required a permit.
Now, you flipped 13 houses or so many houses?
8, yes, sir.
8, but you didn't have to have a license to do any of that?
No, sir, not as you have
Been there for 2
to
years.
apply for an affidavit as a primary resident.
Okay.
For example, I just did that for a current flip that I'm living in now for a deck, and I had to go to the county and fill out an affidavit in person saying that I am the primary resident for that home.
Then
and
you
I
had
would
to
be
keep
doing the
it for
work.
2 years. You couldn't sell it or rent it or nothing like
Yeah,
that.
which is a part of the strategy also.
On the, on the houses you flipped, did you take the drywall down to the studs? Were they rewired? What was the extent of, not all 8, but just most, just give me an idea of what you did on the flip.
So in each of none of the flips required a complete gut where you go drywall down to the studs in every room. Some walls were removed, some light electrical. There was no, I did have an electrician come in and do a full panel replacement, and I helped him, but most were light electrical, light plumbing, no complete rerouting of all electrical, no complete rerouting of all plumbing, just primarily major updates on fixtures, electrical fixtures, plumbing fixtures, carpets, wall removal at times, not a lot, no load-bearing walls, things like that. Without
And on the 2 new builds, what size roughly? What size? How many square foot?
The one was 3,600 square foot. The second was smaller. It was approximately 2,400 square foot.
And you were the foreman on those jobs, but you did some, other than foreman, some work with the trades or no?
With the trades, no, because they
Okay.
have their license.
Was this in
insurance
Georgia or South Carolina?
This was in Georgia. The flips I've done have been in Georgia and South Carolina, in both states. I've lived in Charleston, South Carolina as well.
Okay. I think you need a license. So I'm going to make a motion, we let them sit for the exam.
Second.
I have a motion, seconds. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, sir, you'll receive a letter in the mail from us releasing you for exam.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Next up is Weston Fulbright.
Yes, sir. How are you doing?
Good, how are you today?
Pretty good.
Mr. Fulbright, you know you had right to be represented by counsel today. You're going to waive that right? All right, let's get you sworn in, please.
Yes, sir. If you raise your right hand, do you solemnly swear the following testimony to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, an HVAC license for Mr. Fulbright could not be approved at staff level. There was conflicting information provided in the experience affidavits, and the supervisor was unwilling to provide an explanation.
Are you aware of this?
Yes, I am.
All right, can you explain it to us?
Yeah, so I worked for Dipple Plumbing, Heating, Air, Electric for the past year and a half, and last year in August, I requested for them to sign off and approve for my 1-year experience residential HVAC license, and they were on board for a while. They were helping me out. They gave all the information. They sent it to the licensing board, and then the licensing board sent it back because it was missing some information. So I talked to my manager, my supervisor who has the license, and he said, well, I went over it with him and showed him my additional experience. So he corrected it, sent it back to the board, and they were unwilling to write a explanation because they knew I was going for my license and was going to go out on my own. And they recently let me go due to this issue. So that's where I'm at currently, and currently I'm on my own. But I've been in heating and air for 2 years. I've held my EPA since April of 2024, and I have all my additional information for other companies that I've done work for and done all the residential work I've needed completed.
All right, where did you receive your knowledge? I mean, did you go through school, or did you on-the-job training?
On-the-job training with Dipple.
Is it,
And also, I take additional classes with local distributors and also got my EPA. So,
I guess the big thing that they wrote on here is obviously bidding, plan review, cost estimating, manual J's and D's, all the calculations. Have you done much of that or any of that?
yeah, I've done all of this. So I actually worked for them, and I was listed under service technician and also sales technician, which they regretted to inform. And that required doing manual J loads, that required doing manual D loads, also bidding, selling, and reviewing plans. And I do that currently with Vickers Construction. They have me on reviewing their plans right now. And that doesn't have a W-2 because I just got on with them. So I do all those kinds of work and all that scope. And that's when I mentioned that to my supervisor, he actually told me that he re-edited, this is what he told me, and sent it back to the board, and this is what was requiring a written explanation due to new information. So,
Yeah, I mean, our side of it, if we get an affidavit and we question the experience, and I was like, oh, okay, I'll have it redone.
yeah.
It's kind of, you get the second look at it, and that throws up red flags.
I understand that. And that's kind of where I'm at too, because I do have all my experience. I was working for Dipple for almost 2 years now, and that I've done all the kinds of work that I need to complete. I've done installs, selling, maintenance, service, and that's what really confused me with them is why they wouldn't put the proper information on. And that's kind of where I'm at with them, and that's why they let me go too, because I asked them if they could write me I told them that y'all needed a written reason from my manager, Ryan McCooey, and he told me that he wouldn't write it. So, but he said he did change the information. So that's where I'm at with that is they don't want to sign off on me because I'm going out on my own. And then they ended up letting me go over the issue. But I have all my experience, and I also have other written letters. I don't know if you all got this, but I did send it in. But it's from, let me see. It's from Fireside Pools and also Fireside Construction, who I did work for in heating and air. And they wrote a written letter showing that I've done their installs, done their load calculations and all that. So I do have all the experience that I need for this, but it's just there's a dispute with my supervisor.
Right. I'll probably just take his testimony.
How many manual J's, D's, and S's have you done?
I've done, it's hard to tell with an exact number, probably around
Estimates?
10 to 15 on new construction. It's mainly just new construction that you'd be doing this on. Usually with tear outs, you're on existing construction, you're going back with existing unit sizes and duct sizes.
Are you doing HVAC work for Vickers, or what are you doing for them?
they sub me out, and I do minor HVAC work for them, and I also do load calculations. It's all stuff under $5,000 to keep it legal, and so that's where I'm at right now, and so that's why I really am trying to seek my license, is so I can do more work on my own and kind of expand my scope. But I do a lot of manual J's for them too, because they do a lot of new construction. They're a garage business up in Greenville.
When did Dipple let you go?
They let me go last month, beginning of March, or yeah, end of March.
Hold any other certifications other than EPA?
No, I don't. I have a OSHA 10. I did a construction career program in high school. It was a 2-year program with Energy Career Center, and I got a building construction certification from that.
I see those two in here.
Yeah, okay, yeah. So I have that too, and they go over all kinds of construction, including heating and air, electrical. They cover every aspect of construction in that class. So I also have that. I have the EPA. I've done the classes with the distributors, lots of different AC classes, and then also just working for Dipple and also other clients outside of that.
Now, you do know that the test to get your HVAC license is kind of comprehensive.
Yes.
So you feel like you can pass that test?
Yes, I do.
All right.
So you went to the Energy Greer Center?
Yeah, Energy Career Center.
Okay, where'd you go to high school?
I went to Travelers Rest.
Okay.
Well, we're always looking for young people to come in and go to work in the field. So I'm going to make a motion, we'll let you sit for the exam.
I'll second.
All right, have a motion second. Is any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Thank you, sir. All right, sir, you'll receive a letter in the mail from us releasing you for exam. Good luck.
Thank you.
Harold Kramer. Good afternoon, sir. Mr. Kramer, you know you had right to be represented by counsel, and you're going to waive that right? All right, let's get you sworn in, please.
Yes, sir. If you raise your right hand, do you solemnly swear the following testimony to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, a builder's license for Mr. Kramer could not be approved at staff level. There was no experience affidavit or W-2 1099 information provided.
All right, sir, if you want to explain that.
Okay, well, I've been in construction all my life. I do hold a South Carolina electrical license, and I've had that for many years. Over my time, I've built 4 homes from scratch. This goes back a number of years ago. Just finished one about 3 years ago here in South Carolina, where I presently live. And I just feel like I've been in construction, been involved in all phases of it through these new homes, but I've also done some remodeling and things of that nature just through the process of time. I actually got into development one time in Chatham County, Georgia. Moved over there for a little while I was doing that. And I just have an interest in getting into home construction. My son has taken over the electrical pretty much, and I still kind of help him and assist him, you know, on a day-to-day basis. But he pretty much takes care of all the operations with that. So I have an interest in getting my South Carolina residential builders license.
How long were you in the electrical business, licensed in the electrical business?
Probably since around 1980, 81 or something like that. I'm not sure the exact date now. It's been a while.
Was that mostly commercial, residential, or both? Or
Both. Started out in residential and expanded into commercial, you know, over time.
All right, explain these pictures of the houses. I assume they're the ones you built for yourself.
Yes, sir. That was just some photographs of present ones, and I had to take some pictures as I could of some of the older, you know, homes that, like the one I built back in 85, I guess, the first one.
You did those as an owner builder?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Were you heavily involved, like on a day-to-day basis on these, or is it you subbed?
Oh, well,
majority of it.
I did sub. You know, I'm not a framer, but like on the first house I did, a builder helped me with that I was wiring houses for. We actually got out and dug the footings on that one and put the rebar in back in the 80s. But most of them I have been involved. You know, I mean, I did the other ones. It's a foundation with footings and block work. The ones in Georgia, that's the way they did them in that area. the L block at the top and, ported slab. And, I had my tractor out there, doing the compaction. And so I've been involved with all phases of the construction. And I'm usually at the job, if I'm doing a house, I'm there 3 or 4 days a week at least. Most time I'm 5 or 6 days a week. But, of course, I run errands between. But, yeah, I like to see everything that goes on. I like using good people, good subcontractors that I know I can count on, depend on to do work as I do electrical work, in a proper manner. And I did take the test. I was in a transition of moving, but I took the South Carolina residential builder's exam. I think it was in '98, and that was transitioning back. I bought this property and was moved to Georgia, so I did not follow up on actually. I need to get bonded. I passed the test, and I never got bonded because I just got involved with the work in Georgia. So I just let it go basically.
Tell me about what you did in Georgia with the 24-lot subdivision.
Well, I was looking for a property over there to move closer to, because we had our children's school over there. So I was going to buy a couple acres from my guy, and this land came available, and I just took the challenge and stepped away from electrical and bought that property and stepped into development, not knowing a lot about it, but I learned a lot through that process. So we took the acreage and made big lots out of it that were permitted. We could do up to 24 without having, because this was in a rural area, we didn't have water sewer, so we did well septic, and we only were allowed to do up to 24 because of fire protection. And so I just waded my way through it, hired engineers and surveyors, and did that process through the Metropolitan Planning Commission in Chatham County, and did that project. And I built 2 houses out there on those lots, and I just sold the others to individuals and builders.
I believe Mr. Kramer has the experience necessary to allow him to sit for the exam, and I so move.
Second.
All right, I have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? All
Aye.
all right, sir, you'll receive a letter in the mail from us releasing you for exam.
Thank you very much.
Oh, and this changed since '98.
Yes, sir. I'm
A
sure
lot.
it has. I think I'll take a class before I step into that classroom. Thank you.
It's changed a lot, so good luck on it.
Thank
You
you.
didn't pass it in '98, you ain't gonna pass it now, because it's more strict.
All right, thank you, sir. Michael Lasando. Good afternoon, sir. Good. Sir, you know you had right to be represented by counsel today. You're going to waive that right?
I will.
All right, let's get you sworn in, please.
All right.
Yes, sir. If you raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the following testimony to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission of Builders, license for Mr. Lasando could not be approved at staff level. There was less than 1 year of experience in more than 3 of the categories on the experience affidavit.
All right, sir. If you want to explain that, I'm pretty sure what's going on, but if you want to explain it to us.
Yeah, no problem. It's actually kind of interesting because part of my speech to you guys, I look around, I see Mr. Brian Dow sitting at the board here. But back in 1990, I'm from Florence, South Carolina, and I started working for Billy Powers right out of college. I got a degree from Francis Marion University, Florence Darlington Tech in civil engineering technology. So I've been around construction my whole life. Back in the 90s when I first met Mr. Dowd, I was working with Billy Powers and Norman Gauze. I was a designer and builder for PD Pools and Powers Construction. I was involved with, Mr. Dowd was doing a big development off of in Florence there. So it just kind of was always inspired. Back at that time, I was good friends with a guy named Jody Lane, who was a builder down there as well. So my whole life, I've been around construction. I left Powers Construction and started working for a guy named Ernest Willis in '95, which owned a company called Southeastern Steel. in the engineering department, estimating department, and then we started a company called Safe Harbor Access Systems in '97. I've been doing that ever since. Built my first house in 2000 at Governor's Run in Lamar, and excuse me. So in the construction business with Safe Harbor, we go out into all the chemical plants, oil refineries. We're a structural steel fabricator, safety access equipment company. So I do pretty much all of our installs on site. We hire a third-party general contractor, most of them mechanical contractors. So while I'm on site, I do supervisions of those installs. Proficient in AutoCAD, I do all the drawings myself. My title today is sales because what we do in the fall protection, we work through distribution, so it's an engineering firm. And I currently live up on off of Lake Keowee in the Seneca area. And quite honestly speaking, after 30 years of being in the construction business on that side of it and building the house in Lamar in 2000, we had a contractor that built our house 3 years ago, but from the ground up, I was heavily involved, lived right down the street. My whole life just being surrounded by construction. Both daughters just recently graduated from Clemson, and to be honest with you, the reason why I want to get this exam is I want to build today. I know that things like that, and quite frankly, kind of want to move into the second part of my life and take things a little easier. I feel like I would be a really great candidate for building, and kind of don't laugh, but I was actually thinking about applying one day for building inspector as my second career up in Seneca, and I just know that they were looking for it. So obviously what makes a good inspector is having those couple years of experience as a residential builder. So pretty much that's it.
All right, thank you.
You do know your daughter's house, you could build out on the owner builder if you had to, but
Yes,
but
sir.
you're looking to go forward from there.
I'm looking to go forward from there. My goal would be to, so up in Kiwi Key where I live, there is one builder, he just builds spec homes. And what I've experienced is with most people that just build a spec home, they want to come in and make their own changes. That builder was not willing to do that. And so a lot of people spend a lot of money after the fact redoing everything that the contractor had done. And I really feel like, if I were to take on a couple houses a year with that background, that we would basically take care of some client needs that are up in that area. And with my background, it was a decision. I do know that with the test, I will plan on taking classes. I'm very familiar. I mean, I was designing houses on the drafting board back in the day when you had the little templates of the toilet seats and all that stuff. So I'm very familiar with the entire construction part of it. But I do plan on taking the classes to sit to the exam if I were.
Questions?
Only problem is I don't see a whole lot of hands-on.
I mean, I could speak for the house that we just currently built in 2023. So go back to the years back in the early 90s. I was doing side work while I was with the pool company for a gentleman, Steve De Oliveris, down in the Florence area, doing all of concrete work. I had a little Kubota tractor. We were doing irrigation back at that time.
The house that we just currently built, I did a room under the underside of it. The house in Lamar, I was the general contractor on that as an owner builder, did everything but the framing of it, but I was involved with every part of that. The current house, I've done several additions out and around the house under the room. I've done tile work. I've done sheet rock, which kind of funny. I had to make my own scab boards to do the ceiling. I realized that hanging sheet rock in the ceiling is not a one-person job at that time. So, but being an engineer, I made my own scaffold boards and was able to kind of find ways to do that. Finishing of sheet rock is not fun. I would hire stuff like that out, but like I said, I think with my knowledge of ground-up construction, what all's involved, and is coming with an engineering background, I'm a very good manager of people, and feel like I would love to have this opportunity. Now, what I would like to understand too is from what I was told with my background, especially being in the access equipment, that I could apply for a general contractor's license. I'm more geared to that, but from what I understand, with a general contractor's license, you can still build houses. So I wasn't sure what the stipulations of that are.
And as a GC, you just cannot do the mechanical trades. It's the only difference.
All right, I'm going to break the silence. I think he has a good bit of experience, and if he used to draw things with the old templates, I'm willing to let him sit for the exam and see if he can pass the exam.
I'll second.
All right, I have a motion, second, discussion.
The only thing I add, you threw around some pretty hefty names being from Florence.
Yes, sir.
So that makes me feel a little bit better about what you're pursuing here.
All right, motion second. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? All right, sir. You'll receive a letter in the mail from us releasing you for exam. Good luck.
Thank you all very much. Mr. Dowd.
Christian Valles. Good afternoon, sir.
I got no idea who that guy is.
Mr. Valles, you know you had right to be represented by counsel. You gonna waive that right?
I do.
All right, let's get you sworn in.
Yes, sir. If you'll raise your right hand, do you solemnly swear the following testimony to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, an electrical license for Mr. Valles could not be approved at staff level. There was no experience affidavit provided.
Want to explain to us the experience affidavit?
Yes, I was working with this company, Strada Electrical, but I was working in Florida, and I came to work here in South Carolina. You send them the affidavit for the hours, but they never respond. And I have a letter from them, or I request for the hours. They send me the hours, and I have the W-2 for the 3 years that I was working with them. And here in South Carolina, I'm still working with them as a subcontractor. But I have the letter and the W-2 to be reconsidering.
But they won't sign, they will not sign the affidavit for you when you send it to them?
No, they don't respond the affidavit, and then the main office is in Florida.
Now, it says here, his request was made for total hours worked. and they fill that out and send in the total hours, why wouldn't they do an affidavit? You know,
I don't,
you can work for a company for so many hours, and they got that down to how long you work, but that don't tell me what you done, what your experience at.
okay, I was working doing a roofing trims with them in the new houses. As well, I work in Tennessee fixing problems in houses. Already made it. And do
But you're sitting here telling me what you done. I don't have any proof of what you done.
I have the letters here and the hours with
The
them.
letters and hours just said you worked for a company for so many years, so many hours. It don't tell me what you done while you were. You may went there and sit in the corner all day. I don't know.
Yeah, we don't know if you've run wire, we don't know if you picked up trash, we don't know anything.
I think, and I'm surely not speaking for my counterparts, but I think that's what we all would want to know, what you did day to day, not just in general. But I'll say Strata is a huge plumbing, electrical company. They bought a company of a good friend of mine in South Carolina, and he probably didn't get a response to an affidavit request. They are huge. So if you could just enlighten us a little on what you did, for the electrical side of, in general.
I was working as electrical side, and I have the payroll that say my position in the payroll stuff.
I think what we're asking is, what did you do, electrical-wise? Tell us every day. You
Day to
went
day.
and got in your truck and you went to the job, what did you do?
Okay, we got new houses, and I has a truck assigned. Then I pick all the materials, go to the new houses, and running all the wires for the new houses.
Now, you just said we. We want to know what you did, not we.
Okay, so I running the wires in new houses, and there's sometimes we doing the trim, the finishing for the houses, putting the outlet receptacles, putting the lights, the panel, the breakers. Sometimes I fixing problem to doing a hot check to turn on the power inside the house. And that's the day by day that I do it.
Who built the
Strata.
panel? Did you build the panels, or did someone else build the panel?
No, I built the panel inside the house.
How many, when you say, what size was your crew? How many people were with you on a daily basis on these jobs?
I was working by myself, but there's other people working for Strata that doing other houses.
Okay, but they'd send you and do one, you'd do a house by yourself?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Would you say you've done in your career?
That was 3 years that I was working in Florida.
Was it 2? Was it 200, 20?
More than 100. At least two in a week.
2 a week?
2 a week. Doing a roofing. It's a train, and finishing is 2 days, one.
That'd be about right for sitting in the box, pulling all the wires, drilling all the holes and everything, about 2 a week by yourself.
Pretty good, though.
That's a good bit to do in a week.
You said doing 2 a week, right?
2 a week,
Yeah.
yeah.
It's a roofing is 2 houses in 1 week.
What size house are you talking about?
1,900
Okay.
square feet. Depend.
All right.
Still
I've-
Strata?
Sometimes for Strada, but now I'm working for Titan, that is a construction company. But I work for Strada as a subcontractor, so I can get some houses sometimes. During this year that I've been here in South Carolina, I've been working with Strada.
Well, we're going to find out how much he knows. I'm going to make a motion, we'll let you sit for the exam.
I'll
We'll let-
second that.
We'll let that test take care of that.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Oh, all right, sir. You will receive a letter in the mail releasing you for the exam.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Marvin Hopkins. Good afternoon, sir. Mr. Hopkins, you know you had right to be represented by counsel today, and you're going to waive that right?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's get you sworn in, please.
Yes, sir. Excuse me. If you raise your right hand, do you solemnly swear the following testimony to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
I closed it by accident. Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission, an HVAC license for Mr. Hopkins cannot be approved at staff level. There was no experience affidavit provided.
All right, sir, if you want to explain that and then your work experience, please.
Yes, sir. I worked for a small residential company for about 6 months, from April to October, and I just didn't leave on good terms. They wasn't happy with me leaving to go to another company for higher pay. Now I work at company Train, which is one of like the third biggest HVAC companies in the world, as a service tech. I've been there since pretty much April, almost as soon as I left the other company. I also did 2 years of school, beginner advanced HVAC, beginner HVAC and advanced HVAC as well. So I did 2 years of schooling and the 6 months at residential, and now going on 7 months at commercial. I've done anything from, I'd helped installs at Boykin, which is the small air conditioning company I was at. I did service tech as well, maintenance, and right now I do service tech at Train as well, doing PMs and service tech, compressor changeouts, coil changeouts, leak repairs. So I've kind of got my hand in a good bit of it so far.
So what, other than well, I guess at the school too, what type of certificates do you hold?
Oh, I have my EPA 6 universal. I did several work-ready tests for the schools, pretty much on the ESCO website. As of last week, I just did my A2L certification for the new refrigerant that just came out about 2 years ago. I've done several trainings at Train on bigger units as well, and that's about it. I just got back from 2 weeks ago, or about 3 weeks ago now, from Charlotte, doing a 3-day class on a Symbio unit.
So you did say in your beginning you've done some new installs, ductwork.
I did a little bit of install. It wasn't a new install. It was like a tear out and redo.
Okay.
But I haven't done a new install yet on a house, but I have done install a new unit, but not like a rebuild.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what's motivating you right now to get your license?
I love doing commercial. I do strictly commercial now, but I do miss the side of the residential. And mainly, I like helping people, knowing I can help them. And I just miss working with the general on people. I like helping out whenever I can. And I want to do it legally. I don't want to try to do anything side work and stuff like that as well.
So outside of your military service, thank you, by the way, you got not a full year in HVAC?
I mean, the 2 years of school, 6 months of residential, and
going on 7 months now of commercial. So it's right around 3 years now. And my military was a lot of mechanical, hands-on, but not HVAC, but it's mechanical.
I guess with all your school that you did, that you took care of load calculations in those classes.
Yes, sir, we covered load calculations, sales, talking to customers, professionalism, stuff like that. Yes, sir.
I'll make a motion, we allow him to stand for the exam.
All right, I have a motion second. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, sir. We'll release you for exam with a letter in the mail.
Thank you for your time.
Yep, thank you, sir. All right, with that, we're moving on to final order hearings, and I would like to, if we could, move E to the top. And there's a reason why, because of that, because Mr. Bailey's got the rest, and he does not want to sit halfway through, come back and sit the other halfway through. Yeah, E, that's 2024-1147. That would be Earl's case.
I was the hearing officer, so I am submitting a statement of accusal.
I didn't mean to mess y'all up in any manner, but it would not be fair to Mr. Bailey to go that way. Is doing, floor is yours.
Yes, sir. We're here in the matter of Scott Warren Aguiar, A-G-U-I-A-R. Mr. Aguiar's license number is RBB 51183. We're here for case number 2024-1147 on a hearing officer's recommendation on citation appeal. This matter was tried before Commissioner McLeod on February the 6th of 2026 to review the citation and notification of penalty issued to the respondent on May 14th of 2025. I prosecuted this case, or at least represented the state on the appeal, and the respondent did appear pro se. A citation was issued as indicated on May 14th of last year that charged respondent with violation of the Practice Act for failure to obtain a building permit and violation of the Practice Act for failure to meet the South Carolina residential construction standards. The investigator for the commission performed an on-site inspection and found a violation of the construction standards in places where the paint did not cover the sheetrock. The paint job had insufficient coats. The texture on the sheetrock replaced by the respondent did not match the existing sheetrock, and the pantry door was hard to close and open. The investigator also contacted the authority having jurisdiction and confirmed that a permit was required, but that no permit was required for the scope of work, but was not issued. As a result, the hearing officer found that the respondent did violate 40-59-110 as charged, in that the construction standards were not met. However, the hearing officer found that the Practice Act violation as to failure to obtain a building permit should be dismissed, in that the evidence indicated the respondent made an effort to reach out to the authority having jurisdiction about whether a permit was required, and some jurisdictions do not require a permit for this type of scope of work, and took all that into consideration and found that there should not be a violation. So the hearing officer, in essence, affirmed the citation but modified it as to that should be reduced to $500 for an administrative penalty paid within 30 full days. and the state submits to you this recommendation as it is made and asks that it be adopted.
Unless I missed it, have you provide evidence that the respondent's been served since he's not here?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I have marked as
I think
exhibit.
we need to establish that
Yeah,
first.
I'm sorry. I've marked exhibit number 1 and notice of final order hearing that has the certificate of service on the respondent at 314 Griffin Drive. If you need independent witness, I can have my paralegal come. We'll have to.
Can you just give was it it returned or was it accepted or?
I had anticipated that would be part of the exhibit. It's not. I don't have to speak to my paralegal to confirm that, so we're going to have to postpone this for a minute. I'm sorry.
Do you want to submit the exhibit for the record?
I'd like to move that into evidence. Yes, exhibit 1. I was going to do
right.
that at conclusion, but yeah.
Okay, so moved on states 1 without objection. So she's got the green card and all that?
He does, yes, sir. He should know. I have to talk with.
Let me see if I see it in the documents. Hang on.
They have it.
It was sent certified mail. I have the certified mail receipt. I do not have any signed card back.
All right, so you said on page 42?
It is signed. Roland.
Yeah, I see it now. Yeah, and it is signed.
Well,
And-
no, that's not the. No, that's not the right one.
Talking about service of the notice of hearing for today and not the original.
I would feel comfortable having this the green card entered into evidence. I hate to be an inconvenience, but I want to make sure that that's done right in case there's an appeal of this.
Okay, so that green card exists where?
Yeah. If you don't.
So we have it there, we just got to get it
Yes, sir.
to here? Okay. So can you speak on what you just saw? Is it signed?
It does appear to be signed. Sorry, I anticipated this being attached to the document.
That's fine. If you can,
It is. I mean, what she showed me, but I think she would need to testify about that because I didn't pull it up.
if you've seen it and testify that on behalf that it is signed and he was noticed, then we'll move forward. You can give that.
All I can say is that she told me that was it, and she showed it to me, but I didn't pull it up. I hate to split hairs, but
And the respondent did appear at the hearing per se?
yes, sir.
Okay.
Going to get a copy right now. Is that correct?
the green card, that's what I was talking about, the green card that has been discussed recently was for the first hearing.
Right.
I'm asking Mason to go find the green card or something to show a return from the post office for this hearing, and I'm waiting on that.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I apologize.
That's fine. I'm just trying to think this through. We can.
I'm sorry? We may have to, I don't, I'll get my paralegal to confirm this. We did a United States Post Office tracking search apparently, and it's still in motion. So we
Okay.
may have to continue this one, I don't
So
know.
what we can do is set this one aside. I will let, Mr. Bailey doesn't need to be here for the vote on this because we have a quorum. We can start on the next, at the beginning and move on down. He can head on from there.
All right, Mr. Chairman, I was the hearing officer in the following number of cases, 9 of them. 2024-643, 2024-1187, 2024-624, 2020-497, 2023-163, 2023-456, 2024-1001, 2025-412, and 2025-407. I am going to recuse myself because I was a hearing officer in these cases.
All right, with that, we will set aside 2024-1147 until we get the proper information. We'll move on to 2024-643.
Mr. Chairman, before we start the hearing, now that we've started the hearing, this is the matter of Eddie Paget Jr., license RBB 17706, case number 2024-643. I would note for the record that the respondent is not present today. I have checked with the folks at the sign-in, the securities, where everyone has to sign in. There's been no Eddie Paget or anyone on his behalf. I've looked in the waiting room, and there's no one there. There's nobody here in the waiting room. I would also note that Mr. Paget appeared for the underlying hearing, and I remember what he looks like, and I have not seen him at any point this afternoon. I have placed into the record as State's Exhibit 1 the pleadings and materials that were mailed to Mr. Paget on January 29th of this year. These are all in your your board materials, the first of which is the cover letter notifying the date and time of today's hearing, the notice of final order hearing noting the date, time, and location of this final order hearing today, a copy of the underlying hearing officer recommendation for Mr. Bailey, and a certificate of service showing that these pleadings were mailed to Mr. Paget at his address of record here with the commission by both certified and regular mail. The certified mail green card has not been returned. However, the regular mailing, which was mailed on January 29th of this year, has not been returned to us. I would note that Mr. Paget did appear at the underlying hearing in October of last year, and we used the same address for that hearing that we did for this hearing today. The state would move to place State's Exhibit 1 into the record and also ask that the state be allowed to proceed with this hearing in Mr. Paget's absence.
All right, so moved with States 1, and it appears that he was duly served to be here today and has chosen not to be here, so we will move forward.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This matter was heard by Mr. Bailey on October 28th of last year. Testifying at the hearing was a homeowner involved as well as investigator Cudd. The homeowner testified that she bought a home from the respondent that the respondent had built, and after she purchased the home and moved in, she found a number of items that were in need of repair, a few of which were electrical in nature.
She engaged in a back and forth with respondent, and some items were addressed, maybe not some to her satisfaction. Ultimately, the homeowner responded that the homeowner responded that her communication with the respondent stopped sometime in February of 2023. At that point, the homeowner retained an attorney and brought a lawsuit against the respondent, and a judgment was rendered in, I believe it was Kershaw County, for $170,000. Also testifying in the hearing was Investigator Cudd, who was testifying for an investigator who is no longer with the agency. There was a report in the evidence, in the record, of many deficiencies, some of which were electrical codes and standard violations, numbering at about 7. After hearing all of the evidence, and the respondent did appear at this hearing, he presented defenses and testimony. He appeared pro se without an attorney. At the end of the matter, Mr. Bailey found that there should be 2 violations, one for substandard work and one for unprofessional conduct. For these violations, Mr. Bailey recommended a fine of $2,000 each, for a total fine of $4,000. The state is asking that this commission approve and adopt this hearing officer recommendation as the final order in this matter.
Thank you, sir.
Motion to approve.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
I'd like to know what defines on.
It was the lack of communication. It was the fact that the communication had ceased. So it was basically, there was the error of the substandard work, which constituted one. Then there was the cessation of communication, leaving the homeowner in the lurch, where she had no choice but to go seek legal representation. So basically not being, making a mistake is one thing, but, leaving, not saying anything and dropping communication at a certain point, that's what Mr. Bailey found unprofessional.
Thank you.
All right. So we have a motion second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, sir. Thank you. Is that the only one you have today? Good seeing you. All right.
Mr. Chairman, the next one, 2024-1187, the licensee, the respondent is here, and so we can go forward with him while Mr. Mason D., my paralegal, gets proof of service on the ones that aren't. And then item D on the final order hearings, that respondent licensee is here as well. So if he's not here by the time we get to C, I would like to skip C and go to D.
Okay.
So we're ready for 2024-1187 if you are.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, we're here in the matter of Danny Fields. Mr. Fields' license number is RBH 822. We're here for case number 2024-1187 on a hearing officer's recommendation. I have marked as State's Exhibit Number 1 the cover letter, along with the amended notice of final order hearing and hearing officer's recommendation in this case. Mr. Fields is present, and so I'd like to offer Exhibit Number 1 and as an exhibit at this hearing, if there's no objection from Mr. Fields, who can be sworn in at this time if you would like to.
Yeah, I'd like to go ahead and get Mr. Fields sworn in, and then we'll move forward.
Yes, sir. Do you solemnly swear the following testimony to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God? Thank you.
All right, Mr. Fields, do you have a objection to that exhibit? All right, so moved on States 1.
I'm going to, since Mr. Fields is here, I'm going to read some of the pertinent parts of the hearing officer's recommendation and give you the state's position. This matter was presented on a formal complaint on October 22nd, 2025. Commissioner Alpha Baisley was the hearing officer. Mr. Fields did appear, as he is now pro se. Testifying for the state, we had Mark Nevis, the investigator for the commission, as well as Nathaniel Suggs, who was the owner and operator of North Myrtle Beach Heating and Air, a contractor witness, as well as James Boyers, the homeowner. Mr. Fields has been licensed by the commission as a heating and air conditioning installer and repair specialty contractor, and conducted business as Danny's Heating and Air, or Danny's Heating and Air LLC. The evidence showed that on February the 8th of 2023, the homeowner contracted with Mr. Fields, doing business as Danny's Heating and Air LLC, to install an HVA system for a new residence at the subject property. The total contract price was $28,636. After the system installation was complete, the homeowner noticed issues with the system. The homeowner ultimately hired another contractor, that being North Myrtle Beach Heating and Air, to evaluate and repair the HVA system at the subject property. This North Myrtle Beach Heating and Air, by and through Mr. Nathaniel Suggs, who testified, identified issues with the HVAC system. As a result of the testimony and evidence submitted by the state and all of the testimony offered by the respondent and his case in chief, the hearing officer found that the respondent did not comply with the standards that govern the practice of residential specialty contracting in South Carolina, and that the state met its burden of proof that the respondent violated the following statutes, first being 40-59-110, and that the respondent engaged in misconduct in the practice of residential specialty contracting by performing substandard work at the subject property, namely incorrect, improper electrical wiring of the UV lights, and also found that the respondent violated South Carolina Code Annotated 40-1-1101F as in Frank, and that respondent committed a dishonorable, unethical, unprofessional act that is likely to either deceive, defraud, or harm the public, including without limitation by performing substandard work at the subject property, which would be the incorrect, improper electrical wiring of the UV lights, which damaged the UV lights and necessitated their replacement, which resulted in harm to the homeowner or member of the public. As a result, the hearing officer recommended the respondent be assessed a fine of $500 for each of the aforementioned violations, for a total of $1,000 to be paid in full within 60 days of the date of the final order. That is the hearing officer's recommendation as submitted by the state. The state asks that you adopt it in its entirety. At this time, if there's nothing further from the commission, I will turn it over to Mr. Fields.
All right, Mr. Fields, I'll obviously allow you your time to speak, but we're not here to retry this case.
Understand.
I'll just, take some testimony, your belief or what you think on this, and we'll go from there.
Okay. The North Myrtle Beach is 1 hour heating and air, in case you guys don't know that. And their job is to go into your house and get as much money as they can. There was nothing wrong with the way we wired the UV lights. They had the box there. The whole problem stimulated from the leak in the line set that the siding guys punched through when they put the siding on. We went back several times to try to fix this for the guy, and every time we would go, his wife would cuss everybody up and down one side and down the other, and my guys just wouldn't stay. He sued us. It was dismissed last week because the guy absolutely lied to the judge, and the case was dismissed because it was not our fault that the siding guy tore his house up.
Okay, and is your contention that the UV lights were wired correctly?
Yes, they had a step-down transformer with them to wire them correctly. They were working when we put them in. What they did to them, I couldn't tell you. Don't have any idea.
That's a large part of what I'm reading here as to why the hearing officer made the recommendation it did about, goes back to the UV lighting.
Right, I think so. I think that's what he saw, but I don't know what they did with the little boxes that had the step-down transformer with them when they were installing it. Where they went to, I couldn't tell you.
So when you went back, was the UV light working?
Yes.
When you were called back?
Yes, when we called back, they were
How many
working.
times did you go back?
We went times not from the UV light working because they wasn't cooling, because where the siding guy had penetrated the line set, the freon was leaking out and they wasn't cooling. And I don't blame him, I'd have called too, but we tried to explain to him, you got a leak, and we took steps to find that leak, and he wouldn't listen to anything we said. His wife cussed 3 different technicians, called them every curse word you can think of, and the last one I sent said, I'm not listening to this crap, and he left. And then that's when he filed a complaint and sued us, and last week, my attorney, the case was dismissed because the guy wouldn't let us fix what he should have allowed us to do without abusing my technicians.
Right. Did y'all discover the leak the first time you went back?
No, we went by the first time and we couldn't find it. We took several steps to find it, pressurized it. We put a dye kit in it, and we couldn't find it on the inside or the outside, so we told him it has to be in the wall, and that's where the problem came from. And one of the pictures I think they have shows the big oil spot on the insulation where the leak was at, and that caused the whole problem to start with.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to add, everything that he said may be true, but I think that the position should be, was the hearing officer's recommendation controlled by some egregious error of law or fact? And everything that has been said today, with the exception of the recent lawsuit dismissal, which is neither here nor there, either was said or could have been offered by the respondent in his case in chief at the hearing.
I understand you to say that at the hearing, when Mr. Fields was there, he did not tell the homeowner or the inspector that he found the leak, that he was aware of the leak and found it, and it was in the wall. That's the first time you've heard of this, is that right? Is that what you were just saying?
No, so I'm saying that if it was said, I don't recall exactly what he said, I don't have the transcript, but he had the opportunity to say it at the hearing to make his decision.
Did not.
And, well, I don't know if he did or not, but I'm saying is that this is not a new evidence type of posture we're in. My position is that the hearing officer's recommendation should be rejected if there is some sort of egregious error of law committed by the hearing officer rather than a representation of the evidence.
Right.
Modification of the citation? I mean, is that,
If that's what the commission wants to do, that's in the commission's discretion. I'd leave that.
you're not suggesting that we're not allowed to do that?
No, sir.
I'd like to make a motion, we go into executive session now to seek legal advice.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Discussion?
Who found the leak, and when was it found?
It was after Myrtle Beach 911 or whatever they're called now evidently found it. He wouldn't allow us to, we told him it was in the walls, but they wouldn't allow us to go in to find it. And every time we go down there to find the leak, she cussed every technician up one side and down the other, and they finally decided, we're not going back. We don't have to take that kind of abuse. And we offered to fix it, whatever it was, but they
You
wouldn't.
have confirmed that the leak was found and repaired? Do you know that?
I know the leak, well, it has to be, they found the leak, it shows it on the thing now. I'm assuming they repaired it because we haven't heard anything more from him. So somebody had to fix it, or he'd still be having issues with no Freon in it. But he wouldn't allow us the opportunity to fix it.
All right. So I have a motion second. All those in favor for executive session, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Good. All right.
Motion to come out of executive section after seeking legal advice.
Second.
I have a motion second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right. Back at the case of Mr. Danny Fields.
Chairman, I'd offer a motion that the hearing officer's recommendations be dismissed and that the charges be dismissed.
Second.
Is that what you need said?
So is your motion to reject the hearing officer recommendation and to dismiss the case?
Yes.
We had a second on that. So we have a motion and second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, sir. Thank you. Next case is 2024-624.
Mr. Chairman, I have a series of cases where the the respondent is not here with issues regarding the post office. Mr. Mason Dean, my paralegal, is prepared to testify. But we have a respondent present, the items D.
D, okay.
D as in Delta, Mr. Monty Chris Gray, and if we could just go ahead and do his, and then we'll do the remainder.
No, that's fine.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with that. So
Yes,
we'll
sir.
go to D, which is 3 cases, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'll let you read those off when you get ready. I'm not reading all of them.
Yeah, yes, sir, just a moment. And I guess before I start, we'd like to have Mr. Gray sworn in.
Yes, sir. If y'all- Him sworn in, please.
Do you solemnly swear the following testimony to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Please state your full name for the record, sir.
My name is Monty Christopher Gray.
Mr. Chairman, we are here in the matter of Monty Christopher Gray. I have marked as State's Exhibit Number 1 the notice of final order hearing along with hearing officer's recommendation for the 3 cases we're here for today. I'd like to have that admitted into evidence. There's no objection from Mr. Gray.
All right, so moved. On States 1.
Yes, sir. Mr. Gray's license number is RBB 20223. We are here for case numbers 2020-497, 2023-163, 2023-456. This case was tried by my predecessor, Robert Elam, so I'm going to maybe be a little bit more extensive in setting forth the case because I did not have firsthand knowledge of it. But there was a hearing before Commissioner Bailey on December 5th of 2025 for a multitude of witnesses for this case as well as exhibits. Sarah Prince with the Office of Disciplinary Counsel Paralegal testified, as well as Christopher Cudd, who was an investigator. Mr. Gray did not appear at this hearing, and the important thing is that Ms. Prince testified to substantiate service, as Mr. Dean is going to attempt to do on the cases we're here for today. So Mr. Gray was not present at the hearing on December 5th, 2025, and I think that's important to state out at the forefront. In addition to Ms. Prince and Investigator Cudd, Angela Foreman was homeowner 1 for subject property 1. Martin Stevens was homeowner 2 for subject property 2. Andrew Miller was a investigator for subject property 2, is my understanding, and then Min Pham and Lean, M-I-N-H-P-H-A-M and L-I-E-N, I know you know how to spell that, were the homeowners for subject property number 3. At all times relevant to the cases, Mr. Gray was licensed by the Commission as a residential builder and would do business as B&B Commercial LLC. As he has no prior disciplinary sanctions with the Commission. However, in 2009-359, that's case number 2009-359, he was cautioned by the Commission on or about November 10th of 2009 to address consumer complaints in a timely manner due to concerns regarding respondents' conduct in the matter. Now, as to the first case, case number 2020-497, the homeowner had issues with the construction at the time of closing and expressed concerns about there being a 14-day punch list remaining at the time of closing. The homeowner filed a complaint with LLR on or about July 30th of 2020 regarding substandard work and uncompleted punch list. The LLR investigator went to the property on or about March 16th of 2021 and conducted an on-site inspection. In that on-site inspection, he identified violations of the applicable code, that being the 2018 South Carolina Residential Code, as well as residential construction standards, and they are the following. As to item A, the gas log fireplace never worked. The homeowner, one, suspected faulty control wiring behind the firebox. Investigator Brown determined this was a violation of South Carolina Residential Construction Standards, Chapter 29, or yes, 20, well, no, excuse me, 25. That is. But South Carolina Residential Construction Standards on manufacturing installation. Item B is the backhaul veneer floor popped when walked upon and appeared to have subfloor issues. The investigator determined this to be a violation of South Carolina Residential Construction Standards, Chapter 11, Item 7. Item C is in Charlie. There were 2 holes observed penetrating the foundation completely into the crawl space. The investigator determined this to be a violation of South Carolina Residential Construction Standard, Residential Code, Sections M as in Mike 2301.2.9, and G as in Good 2404.9. And then fourth and finally, the master bath garden tub drain fixture finish was peeling off, and the investigator determined this to be a violation of Residential Construction Standard, Chapter 22. As to case number 2023-163, homeowner 2 hired the respondent doing business at B&B Commercial to construct a home for them. On or about February 5th of 2023, the homeowner 2 filed a complaint against respondent with LR, asserting that respondent had not completed some of the work and had not come out to perform warranty work. There's evidently a pattern here in the facts. On or about February the 2nd, 2024, the investigator for the commission conducted an on-site inspection of respondent's work and prepared an inspection report. In his inspection report, the investigator detailed his observations and identified 5 violations of the South Carolina Residential Construction Code and the applicable construction standards. The first being item A, 2 cracked window panes were observed. Homeowner 2 averted he brought these cracked windows to respondent's attention before moving in. The investigator determined that respondent's failure to repair when notified prior to occupancy was a violation of South Carolina Residential Construction Standards, Chapter 25, Item 1. Item B was visible defects in the sheetrock throughout the home. The investigator determined that failure to repair the visible defects in the sheetrock was a violation of Residential Construction Standards, Chapter 6. Item C, the doorbell did not work. The investigator determined that the failure to install a properly functioning doorbell was a violation of Residential Construction Standards, Chapter 7. Item D is in Delta. A portion of the vinyl soffit had come loose and was hanging down adjacent to the front door. The investigator determined that this was a violation of South Carolina Residential Construction Standards, Chapter 24, Item 3. And then finally, item E is in Edward. The HVAC duct in the attic was not properly fastened and sealed. The investigator determined this to be a violation of South Carolina Residential Code, Section M as in Mike, 1601.4.1. And then as to case 2023-456, it was found that in August of 2021, the respondent doing business as B&B Commercial entered into a contract with homeowners 3 to build a single-family dwelling for the price of $555,063. Respondent began construction of the residence at subject property 3, but did not complete the construction and abandoned the project halfway through. On or about February the 16th of 2023, one of the respondent's subcontractor suppliers, CSRA Drywall LLC, asserted a mechanics lien that named the homeowners and B&B Commercial as a result of B&B Commercial's failure to pay CSRA Drywall. And upon investigation of the complaint, the LR investigator an LR investigator was assigned to investigate the matter. The investigator mailed a notice of complaint to respondent on or about July 11th of 2023. Not having received a reply, the investigator emailed respondent providing another copy of the notice of complaint. The respondent acknowledged receipt of the email and indicated that he would review the matter and get back to the investigator as soon as possible. However, the respondent did not provide a response to the notice of complaint. As a result of all of the aforementioned and other evidence considered at the hearing officer found that the state met its burden of proof as to the following violations for the following cases. As to case number 2020-497, the hearing officer found that the state met its burden of proof and that the respondent violated South Carolina Code annotated 40-59-110, and that respondent engaged in misconduct in the practice of residential building by performing substandard work at subject property 1, which is evidence and supported by the investigator's findings and inspection report, the homeowner's testimony, and email correspondence between the homeowner and the respondent. Based on the totality of the evidence and after weighing the evidence, the hearing officer found that respondent did not put forth a meritorious defense and further found that respondent performed at least some substandard work at subject property 1. The hearing officer as to 2020-497 also found that the state met its burden of proof as to South Carolina Code annotated 40-1-110-1F as in Frank, and that respondent committed a dishonorable, unethical, or unprofessional act is likely to either deceive, defraud, or harm the public, and that respondent engaged in substandard construction practices and his responses to complaints were untimely. As to the second case, case 2023-163, the hearing officer found that the state met its burden of proof as to South Carolina Code annotated 40-59-110, and that respondent engaged in misconduct in the practice of residential building by performing substandard work at subject property 2, which is evidence and supported without limitation by the investigator's findings in an inspection report. The hearing officer also found that the state met its burden of proof as to the violation of South Carolina Code annotated 40-1-110-1F as in Frank, and the respondent has committed a dishonorable, unethical, unprofessional act that is likely to deceive, defraud, or harm the public. In that, respondent engaged in substandard construction practices, and respondent was unresponsive to complaints and reports of complaints. And then finally, as to the final case, third and final case, case number 2023-456, the hearing officer found that the state met its burden of proof as to South Carolina Code annotated 40-59-110, and that respondent engaged in misconduct in the practice of residential building by abandoning construction at subject property 3 without just cause. The hearing officer found that the respondent violated South Carolina Code annotated 40-59-110, and that respondent engaged in misconduct in the practice of residential building by failing to pay a subcontractor supplier for labor and or materials supplied for subject property 3. In particular, the hearing officer found respondent failed to pay CSRA drywall, resulting in a mechanics lien being asserted by CSRA drywall. And then finally, the hearing officer found that the state met its burden of proof as to South Carolina Code annotated 40-1-110-1F as in Frank, and that respondent committed a dishonorable, unethical, or unprofessional act that is likely to deceive, defraud, or harm the public. In that, respondent abandoned construction at subject property 3 without just cause and failed to pay a subcontractor supplier who had supplied materials and labor. As a result of these findings of fact and violations of the Practice Act, the hearing officer recommended an assessment of a civil penalty of $2,500 for each of the violations listed in conclusion of Law 3 in the hearing officer's recommendation, for a total of $17,500 to be paid in full within 60 days of the date of this commission's final order, and also recommended a permanent revocation of the respondent's residential builder's license. And that is the hearing officer's recommendation as submitted. If there's nothing further from the commission, I will turn it over to Mr. Gray. And I know you all want to hear from Mr. Gray, but I'm just going to reassert my position. This is not going to be a retrial of the case, simply a standard review based on an error made by the hearing officer of law. And is whether or not you think the sanctions should be modified, I'll leave it at your discretion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. And yes, Mr. Gray, even though I know you didn't go to the original hearing, we're not retrying this case today. We would like to hear from you, but we are not going over every aspect of this case is a retrial.
I understand that. I appreciate it. Make sure I can hear me correctly. So I think that there's several issues with this, the case. There appears to be some address issues, getting notified. I never got even a notification of the last hearing. I'm sure that they'll have some evidence. And again, I do have documentation where I have changed my address and even told last time I told a Dean Mason that, my new address, because they said it still showed the old address. And even I have back in 2023 an email that I sent to Clark Frady letting him know that my address had been changed online for other purposes, and because he had reached out to me about this last case. So I never got any email. I never even got an email letting me know about the last hearing to face my accusers of these allegations. I understand we're not retrying it today, but at the same token, there's a lot of key things in here that I think still apply to even what we're talking about today. So I was not at the hearing. I was not able to see the evidence presented against me. All I can talk about is the facts that I know of. I have built probably 300 to 400 houses over my 22-year career. I've never had issues like this until here recently. A lot of them, I think you have these homeowners that have some issues right when COVID hit. A lot of prices went up. A lot of people were affected by it. All I can talk about is in particular of the 3 cases that's brought to me. And if you don't mind, I'll at least I'm not going to try anything. I'm just going to summarize my take on them. First of all, I believe, like I said, there's an issue with the addressing. I have answered every email that's been presented to me. I did see in a couple allegations where they said I didn't answer. I actually do have those emails where I did answer. I've answered every single allegation or every single email that I've ever received. As far as the case goes on 497, 497 was a case where they had mentioned about the fireplace logs, some floor pops, a couple bricks in the foundation and the master tub. I have emails and I have evidence where, even if you look at the standards, which, I abide by, the residential building standards, there's evidence even in the language of the inspector of Mr. Brown where he says I went out there, that he confirmed I went out there mobile times to fix the popping in the floor. We went under the house, we tried to fix it. The fireplace logs, that's a manufacturer issue. I worked directly with them to try to get that fixed. The same thing with the tub. I got them in contact with Ferguson. I have emails to support that. So outside of the allegations that's presented, I handled every bit of the inspector's findings and went through with it. So in fact, when I talk about this, there's a reason that we're talking about 497 is after all of that was said and done, I gave my take, my answers on every bit of it, and Chris Elliott sent me a consent agreement to sign with the same allegations that, what's your name, I'm sorry? Roland. Mr. Roland has presented. And in the consent agreement, instead of $2,500 apiece, the exact same allegations were a total of $1,000. That was it. I responded back to him. I said, Mr. Elliott, I do not agree with the consent order. I have factual facts that have proven my case that I'm in no wrongdoing, have made several attempts to correct any issues in the guidance with South Carolina standard building practices. Please let me know when I can have a hearing scheduled so I can present my evidence and discuss the factual events that look in place. If for some reason the hearing is not possible in the future or against my better judgment, I will go ahead and sign the consent agreement with a few modifications that we can discuss later. That email was sent to him on June 23rd. He responded, and next thing you know, here we are today. Never got a hearing, never got a notice or anything. And that was June 13, 2023. So that's another area where I had replied. So for that case right there, I met all of the obligations that were presented to me, or allegations, excuse me. I corrected everything. I moved forward with everything. I responded appropriately, and I was willing to sign the $1,000 consent order if we couldn't make this go away with some modifications, because I didn't believe that I should have paid for doing what the standard practice says, which after 1 year, it's not your responsibility if you go in there and fix it multiple times. And then going to the second one. The second one's very similar. I mean, this is a deal where we got a CO on the house back in January of 21. He didn't move in until that following December of 21. We went back several times, fixed a lot of stuff. According to the industry standards, we go back and fix drywall one time throughout that process. We did that. And then they wound up filing a claim on me 2 years later. And even in that case, Mr. Miller, he put in there that I didn't respond. He says right here, Mr. Miller says, I'm an investigator. I responded back to him September 1st of 23, that very afternoon. Please note that this claim is outside the required 1-year warranty period. However, I will review your findings once they are sent and will correct any items that are determined to be legitimate. Please let me know when you're on site so I can schedule to be in attendance. Never heard anything back from him. And then he sent me the email after the inspection report. And I replied back with him right here on February 5th, 2024 at 1:07 p.m. I've reviewed the inspection report, the cracked windows. We deny responsibility. They were not noted prior to closing. The sheetrock defects, we have went out there multiple times like you have addressed. But again, one time during the 1-year warranty is what was required of my license. Doorbell not working. We are not required to put doorbells on. We told the homeowner that was not in our contract. Siding loose, I agreed, and then we sent somebody out there to fix the siding. It was a piece of soffit that came down. The HVAC duct not connected. We passed the blower duct test. If it was not connected, we would have failed that test. If you look in the pictures that they submitted to me, you could see where somebody walked in the attic. Don't know who it was. It was not us. Somebody stepped on the ductwork. So I know I'm not defending or retrying it. What I'm trying to tell you is I did rebuke all of this stuff with very factual information. And again, after I sent that email, I got nothing. I got the inspection report, and I haven't heard anything from this case whatsoever until I got the notice that I had been penalized. So I didn't get a hearing on that one either. This last one is in my opinion, a very easy one. Clark Frady, 2023-456. I got an email saying that a complaint had been filed, that I walked off the job, everything else. I told him, nope, that's not true. We were in litigation. I filed a mechanics lien. We were in the process of, per our contract, which is a civil matter, we had requested a draw payment at the time that it was due in the contract. They did not give me the draw payment. They said they felt like they should have been further along. And I understand that, but a contract's a contract. So I told them we're going to stop work. I sent them a stop work notice of 10 days. At the end of that 10th day, they sent me a termination letter. So you can't hold me liable for terminating me and kicking me off the project when you voided my right to cure. You kicked me off your product because you failed to meet your contractual obligation. I hired an attorney. We filed a lien against them, and we were actually going to file a lawsuit, but there's some things that we'll talk about in a minute that happened that we've just vacated that. So another example of where I've been told, and in fact, I was told right here that I didn't respond, but I did, because I even told him, I said, I sold my house last year at the address that you tried to mail it to. My mailing address right here is the same as what I've updated it. 4310 Olive Branch Road, and then it's right here in email. So I responded with that stuff, telling them where my address was numerous times, as well as changing them. I haven't got any, this is the first hearing I've heard about. I didn't get any of the miniature, I call them miniature, I apologize, individual hearings. I didn't get anything, even though I requested it. I didn't even get an opportunity to come to the main hearing, which I would have been at, and I would have provided all of this evidence, and I would have proved that I am literally in the lines of the statutes that are presented to me. I have been building for a very long time. So yeah, that last one, I did not abandon the job. My work was not subpar. Were there items incomplete? Absolutely, because I did not finish the house. Were there items on the punch list from the City of North Augusta Correction? Absolutely, because I never got to that part. The drywall, the reason we requested payment, because it was time to pay our subs. Subcontractors were never paid because they never paid me. And that's the way my contract's written, when my subs is paid when paid. We filed a lien. In fact, one of the allegations in there is that I had 20-plus lawsuits. That's not the case. It was a lot. During COVID, we had a couple major projects in Georgia. I'm a licensed GC over there. And one of the major projects was a $12 million townhome complex, full development, ground up. And the developer that was doing it went bankrupt. And I had to file a lien on the property and sue him for $675,000. So it was a snowball effect of what you see. And once they got a case going, and in fact, I even have a couple claims here that I've not heard anything about, different numbers that's been sitting out there for 3 years now, that a couple of Irish travelers, I don't know the name, but I was building houses for them. I started telling them this was during COVID, the prices were going up. They didn't want to pay me. They terminated me off the job, said they'll finish it themselves. We walked on, they filed a claim. They both, and the reason I'm telling you this is because there's a guy named Jeff Pill, he's an attorney, who went out soliciting people strategically for B&B commercial. And
I think we're getting a little off course here. I don't want to take away the respondent's ability to present his argument, but I think we're going way beyond the scope of what we need to be, respectfully.
And I agree. I mean, we're getting there. My main concern is the service.
So this is, if I may address that.
Yes.
Okay, so if you look at the hearing officer's recommendation, I did not try this case, and I don't have the exhibits in front of me, but if you look at Exhibit 1, whenever a respondent is not present, what we do is we have the paralegal who effectuated service testify. That's what Sarah Lynn Prince, as I mentioned, she's the first witness listed on page 1 of the recommendation. The cover letter, the notice of hearing, the formal complaint, certificate of service, all dated November 3rd of 2025, the USPS tracking information, as well as the Relays credential view screen for the respondent. Now, that Relays credential view screen is important because that Relays credential view screen contains the address that the licensee provides to the commission for all official correspondence regarding his license to be sent. And it is the responsibility of a licensee, whether it's this board, the commission, or the medical board, or whomever, to make sure that their information is accurate and current, so that if something like this does come up, they will be sent to an address that they receive. It's their obligation to do that. It's not the obligation of the state to hire a private investigator to track him down. So the state would submit that it met its burden, its obligation under statute, to properly serve Mr. Gray with a notice of hearing. He can say, I live at such and such, or whatever it may be, but we have to follow the law. And the law is that we use the address that he's supposed to keep current on file with the commission. We can't use anything else. Now, I can tell you that in Exhibit 1, there are a multitude of addresses on here, as well as an email address. When we got this case, I just talked with Mr. Dean, because he didn't show up for the hearing, and because the case is being transferred to me, we wanted to make sure we tried everything at our disposal so that he could be here. And so that's why you see 2 email addresses and 4 mailing addresses. We tried everything under the sun to get it to us, even though we only needed to do one thing, and that's the address on file with the commission. I don't know which of these addresses is the address on file. Administration would have to pull that up. But the state's position is following the law for proper service. That was done in this case. And so if you want to take his testimony to mitigate the sanction that was recommended, I understand that, but I believe all of the findings of fact and violations should remain in place.
Can I say something on that? So I understand what he's saying, but however, they have established a precedence of emailing me everything. And why did I not get an email for this one specific item?
That I don't know. I mean, you're served by postal service, correct?
I was not served at all. Yes, I mean, doubtly they attempted, but again, I can show where I have changed I've changed it several times when I've moved, and even when I actually moved out of state, so I made sure I changed it. In fact, I even made sure when I renewed my license, I was living in North Carolina at the time, and the address that they had, but ironically, the address that they're still sending stuff to is stuff that's old, and I don't know why it didn't change. And that's what I said. On top of changing it there, I even have emails directly to these inspectors saying, your address is wrong on your claim. I need you to update it this way. I've already done it online, and I have that right here, emails where they have received it, and they've acknowledged that my address wasn't the same. I don't know why it was showing different in your system. I've changed it. I did it when I renewed my license, and I also did it via email. But again, if they've established a precedence and a forum here of every single communication, and there's multiple emails right here where they said, we will talk to you via email if that's better for you. That came from Andrew Miller. Absolutely, we agreed to that. How come I did not get notified? Because I would have been here, better believe it, with all of this information I have right now, defending myself and being able to rebuke any testimonies that were going against me, that I have followed the law. So, go ahead.
Yeah. So it is common for an investigator to communicate with a licensee via email via email. Okay, it's common because there is an email on file with the commission, and sometimes our office will communicate with a respondent about trying to get a case resolved without a hearing. But he was notified pursuant to the law based on what we were required to do by statute, which is send it to the address that he has on file with the commission that we have to presume is accurate. And so that's what was done in this case. If you set aside this decision because a precedence was set, then any respondent can come in here and say, well, I didn't get it, but I was emailed a bunch of times. Why didn't you email me? Why didn't you do this? Why didn't you do that? We're not obligated to do that. We're only obligated to follow the law when it comes to notice of a hearing, and that was done in this case.
And I respect that. However, it ain't just, I'm not just receiving emails from Mr. Miller, and I've actually received this Chris Elliott guy who's an attorney. I received one from Mr. Elam. Everybody had my email, and if you've established a precedence, I think it's a slippery slope that if you for some reason are getting all this stuff back, which I don't think you're going to get anything back that says I signed for it. So if he can prove something that says I signed for it, that's different. But I've provided in multiple documents that my address has changed. You have nothing that shows that I was aware of this. So why in the world has somebody not reached out to me since they have established a precedence that they are contacting me via email? And I respond back every single time. It just seems to me like it was a way to get a gotcha. And that right there is wrong and unethical for me. Again, it might not be law, but I didn't set the precedence here. They have. And I think that at some point, you got to follow what you've established.
Can you look back and see when address changes were made?
Happened to look that up just very moment. So in 2014, and prior to that, it was 355 Lake Murray Drive. On June 17th, 2014, it was changed to 1843 Hidden Hills Drive. Then on 12/21/17, it was changed to P.O. Box 8106.
All right, Janet, I will sworn in for the testimony of this.
Yes, ma'am. Do I need to start over?
Can we get them related to the dates they would have been notified?
Exhibit 1 says that the certificate of service was dated November 3rd of 2025.
The last address change I see was May 13th, 2021. It was changed to 2019 Warren Court.
I see a last address change that you have. It was in 2021. Is that where you sent? Or not you, but that's where.
I've asked for Mason to bring Exhibit 1. I don't have the exhibits. I didn't know if they're downloaded in your file or not with the transcript.
The P.O. Box 8106 and the 2019 Warren Court are both listed on the online renewal that was submitted by Mr. Gray, in 2022, on June 28th.
Right, and I have certified mail is gone to the P.O. Box of 8106 North Augusta. As far as in Exhibit 1.
Mr. Chairman, you should have, there should be another entry, a direct form. It's a 142, I believe. I could be wrong on the number, where I immediately sent it in with a change of address. And it was followed up from the email I got on July 11th to Mr. Clark, giving him my new address at 4310 Olive Branch Road. Because he even said, he didn't have the email, he didn't have the address. And I put in here, I sold my house last year. I've changed my mailing address form to LLR soon after I moved. The mailing address remains the same as below 4310 Olive Branch Road. And then he replied back, a written notice and received no response, which led me to think your address had changed. So I did send the form in, whatever form number it was, to change the address to the one I moved to in North Carolina.
That might be on the GC license. We don't have any form numbers on our change of information form for the residential side.
You have to do it for both?
Yes, sir, if you have licenses with both of us, yes.
I was told it was one system. Yeah, but the information's, when I log in, I select which license I got. It's all the same information, though.
The change of addresses on your GC license are totally different. I see that it was changed to 630 Turning Crest Lane, March 6, 2026, and we don't have that on the residential side.
I'm sorry.
Before that, it was PO Box 1222, and we don't have that on file on our side either.
So it appears the GC license got, I guess you're saying the residential didn't.
Right.
But I do have emails to the residential people that I was talking to that does have the correct address when I changed it.
And I doubt, they're not in the business of going over and changing address in the system. That's not their function. They would have to have it done by you in the proper manner. And all we hear, we're down, I know this is getting frustrating for everybody, but it's down to service. And if it was properly served, then we can move forward from there. And I think that's what we're trying to establish at this second.
I feel like there was, because the precedents had been established, that we were contacting multiple parties via email. Not one of them mentioned anything to me. In fact, I even asked several times in my emails to please let me know when there is a hearing regarding this case, and I never heard back. And I have them right here you can review.
Do you have copies of those emails with you? Do you want to put those into the record? Okay. You select what you want out of there. Let Roland, Mr. Austin, look at them. And if he has no objection, or we'll put them into the record.
Regarding that case.
My only concern is that, he's talking about back and forth he had with the investigator, and this is just this may be part of a greater chain, and the investigator's not here to testify about it. So that's my only concern about this. If you want to admit it over that objection, I don't doubt these are genuine emails. My only concern is that without having the investigator here to testify about it, it might not be a complete picture.
And I understand that. It's not the investigator's responsibility to make the address change.
Is the only appropriate way to make an address change is for the licensee to do it online? Is that?
We have to have it in writing, or they can update it on their renewal form. So sometimes
Writing by way of an email is not considered?
It can be an email to RBC staff, or it can be a written form mailed in, or they can change it on their renewal form when they renew online.
Notification of a change of an email. notification of an address change in the email to the investigator is appropriate or not appropriate?
He's not RBC licensing staff. I mean,
That wouldn't be the investigator. I get,
I can't answer to that. He doesn't work in my department, so we didn't receive it in my department. I do see that we mailed something to the P.O. Box 8106, and it was signed for in April 25th, 2024. I don't know when he's saying he was no longer using that address.
Had to go back and look. Where they had the complaint where the complaint was originally going to be settled for 1,000, but now it's 5,000. It's right here.
Okay, so Mr. Chairman, for the record, okay, the respondent has handed me the following exhibits. I have them marked, okay? Respondents number 1 is a set of emails between respondent and investigator in case 2023-163. That would be Investigator Miller. Respondents number 2 is a set of emails between the respondent and Investigator Clark Frady in case 2023-456.
That's for the 497 one. That's the one that,
Exhibit 3, Respondents 3, is a set of emails between the respondent and Investigator or Chris Elliott, who is my colleague. Make sure that's just it. Chris Elliott, who's my colleague and respondent in case 2020-497. The state's position on these emails is I'm just going to object to them for the record on the basis that they're between the respondent and people who are not here to testify and aren't prepared to testify and shouldn't have to testify. And this is all simply about proper service pursuant to statute. I'm just going to put that for the record. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think I mean, it's duly noted, but I think these are pertinent to this case to determine whether service was done correctly. So I want to move those 3 into evidence. With that note, though, that none of these people that you were notified are responsible for changing your address with the Residential Builders Commission.
Mr. Chairman, this may be also helpful in the interest to make sure that this is done right. I have states, Mr. Dean went and pulled States Exhibit 1 from the hearing. Exhibit 1, if you see at the end of Exhibit 1, there is a printout of the credential of the respondent that says P.O. Box 8106, North Augusta, and that is the address to which the notice of the hearing for December 5th was sent.
So I do see that. I also see, though, that that P.O. box, obviously, that P.O. box was not under my possession at the time when I moved. And I did change it. I thought I changed it on both. However, there's no signature. In fact, the tracking says it's not even, no such number. So it didn't, I understand that the law says you send it there. That was what it was on. I thought I changed it the right way. I know I sent the form in. I didn't know you had to do it for both GC and RBB. I thought it was one entity as far as the information. At least that's what it appeared online.
Right, and I could see how that could be misconstrued that way, but.
And I do understand that position, but I still didn't receive it, and I just don't understand why I go back to, I didn't get an email when even his colleague, I was talking to him, and I had asked everybody, as you see in the emails, to let me know of a hearing, and nobody responded back to me.
Right. For this case, and by the letter of the law, I understand where you're coming from in the email, then, I mean, we've got to consider that you were duly served.
Understand?
Now, as far as the case goes, that commission's got to either uphold, modify, or dismiss. The options we have.
Testimony, not about when he got the notice. But there was one thing that you said, sir. You said that you'd gone back several times to fix something on one of the houses, and I don't remember which house it was. Went back several times, and then the 1 year showed up, and you didn't have to go back anymore. You know, the idea is when you go back, you're supposed to fix it. So it shouldn't have been there after 1 year. Was that sort of your normal practice, is to try to postpone it till it's a year old, so you won't have to do it?
No, what happened was, we would go back and fix it, and I can't present evidence, obviously, or I can't argue it, or I would have, but we actually have sign-offs from that one house on her checklist where everything was taken care of with her signature during that 1 year. The problem is, it happened again after the 1 year, and then
Okay, wait a
therefore,
minute. What specifically?
like the popping of the floors or the drywall issues, even in the document, the inspectors say he did come back and address this before. However, when I did my inspection, there is another issue arise of defects.
Separate issue.
A separate issue, correct.
You didn't go back to fix the same issue repeatedly.
That is correct.
Okay. That was just from my understanding, because I misunderstood the communication on that.
All right, I have a question. I just want clarification. You said in your testimony that you had agreed to sign a consent agreement for $1,000. Was that $1,000 total, or was that $1,000 per violation?
I have the agreement. It was $1,000 total.
All three cases?
No, just for 497.
So just help me now. If you decided that you were going to agree to the consent agreement, would that not admit that you did some things wrong?
No, sir. I don't have the no more. It's in evidence. But if you look at it in my email, I said I do not agree with it. I'm not consenting to it. However, if this helps everybody move forward with modifications, I will consider the agreement. My modifications were, talking about what they were trying to do. If they just wanted to collect some money, and this is me talking, fine. I just didn't want to have anything on my record. I didn't want to have anything against my license, because at the time she was arguing, this was the one where she was arguing about the fireplace, which that's a manufacturer problem, or the Ferguson thing. And another thing that, and this might not be the time to say it, is if I must say, I'm a general contractor and a residential builder. I have never swung a hammer. And we have everything I do is subcontracted out. I'm the one that's paying the ultimate price for guys that have licenses. And that's part of my email when I was talking to somebody before, like, why are we not going after the people that did the work, that have the licenses with y'all? I know it's irrelevant, but
I'll answer that. You pulled the permit, correct?
yes, ma'am.
So your name is on it, then you're responsible for making sure everything in that house is to code. And if there's a problem, then you go back to your subcontractor, the customer comes to you, and you go to the subcontractor.
Correct.
That's the process.
Yeah, I'm talking about after, and I did that. I maintained, throughout the year, I maintained this, I have the South Carolina Residential Standards Practice Book that I go by, and we maintain that. I'm talking about, a lot of these allegations are things that came up after the year warranty.
I understand that, but the customer hired you to do the job.
Correct.
You can hire whoever you want to do your subcontractor. So
Correct.
therefore, when the job is complete, they come to you if there's a problem.
Correct.
I'm not going to keep harping on this, but I just want to get this clear.
Yes, sir.
You would agree to the consent agreement if the state accepted your modifications that you wanted for $1,000, correct or no?
We never got to that discussion. In my email, I said that if for some reason the hearing was going to drag out, or there was not going to be a hearing, then could we talk about it? And the reason I even had that, I actually had a meeting with, I've got to go back to it. I had a meeting with Aaron Baldwin. And Aaron Baldwin had suggested that I could do a modified agreement. That's where that came from.
So you wanted to put in these modifications, and let me just ask our administrator, you said in your testimony you didn't want anything to show up on your record negatively. Is a consent agreement on the record or no?
It is posted to the website because it's a disciplinary matter, yes.
Yeah, see, I wasn't aware of that. That's what we were going to have a discussion for.
Okay, thank you.
And again, I had a meeting with Aaron Baldwin right before that, and that's where that came from, before that email.
Okay, thank you.
All right, and I'm just going to throw my 2 cents worth in on the recommendation that Mr. Bailey put forth. I think it's excessive. Yeah, there's some things on there I don't like that you did or didn't do, or the homeowner had an issue with. I think there's a lot on that third case that's, that can be construed as abandonment, but from what you said, you had a different, obviously, story with it. But I do think the recommendation is excessive, in my opinion.
Problem I have with the recommendation is the revoking the license. If that's his livelihood, or at least part of it, aside from
agree
the
with that one
general
either, but
contractor side, I can't go along with that.
I've had 300 to 400 houses and never had a problem. I mean, if you look at the percentage, realistically, these were just issues between the homeowner wasn't satisfied with what we did at the end.
Right, and that's what I mean. I don't think this rises to the level of the recommendation. Now, if you would have been there, and we've already gone through that, why you weren't, I think this would be a totally different outcome.
I agree with that. Yeah, right now my license is on hold because I haven't renewed my bond. And the reason I haven't done that is because I haven't partaked in any residential building here recently. It's just been general contracting. And I'm coming from the board at some point.
That's probably a smart thing to stay on the GC side, to be honest, because homeowners have gotten
Yes.
difficult as of late.
Since COVID, it's been ridiculous.
All right, commissioners, we have any thoughts?
Recommendation is for $17,000 in
17.5 and
fines and
revocation.
revocation of his license.
Correct.
As far as the revocation of the license go, is there anything license and revocation that's available? I find it a little hard to believe that he ended up with 4 troublesome home buyers at around the same time, although we knew what was going on at the time. And did I understand you to say that these were all in the same subdivision? Is that right? Or
Same
close?
area,
Same
yes.
area, okay. And there's some serious stuff in here.
Yeah, there's stuff, I do not think it rises to the level of what I'm seeing as in the recommendation, because, yeah, there's, obviously, we only hear one side of the story today. The
Well, and if
abandoned,
you look at 2024-97, it appears that 2 of these were manufacturer defects, which are not his fault, even though he should have tested the gas logs before he left.
at least the subcontractor should have,
Correct.
that he hired, but again, the responsibility lies on the back of the
Well, actually, if
licensee.
I may interject, I put this in my original report to the commission. It wasn't about the logs not working. They were manual. She wanted automatic. She didn't pay for automatic.
Okay.
And that's the reason she wanted them replaced. Yeah, and that's it. That's actually in my report dated March 31st, 2021. If I may say one more thing, and I understand, and I'm at the mercy of y'all, and I appreciate it. You know, there are some, again, I'm just going to my testimony. During that time frame, I lost my father, I lost my wife, my kid's mom, she passed away. I was going through a very hard time, and it was trying to stay focused. Residential prices were going out the roof during COVID. I was actually in the hospital for 2 months in an incubator for COVID, and that's why she even said that, she knew that it was going on with me. So I'm not excusing none of that, but it's taken me some time to rebuild myself. Any type of fee will probably cripple me right now because it's really hard right now. I'm just trying to get back on my feet, trying to make a living, trying to provide. These past 4 years have been rough for me. My company, I lost my company because of that big lawsuit I got over in Augusta, Georgia, where the developer went under because he didn't have the money, and I had to file a $600,000 lien. In fact, I've got probably close to $1 million in liens out there that I just couldn't sustain no more, where people just went belly up. So I'm
right,
asking the commission to have grace.
Yeah, I mean, we're
leniency
trying to
on
work
me.
through this
I
right now.
appreciate it.
I mean, we're all builders, we've been in the building industry here. At some point, we know. Anybody got anything to throw out there?
I'm working. Second, I'll throw
Working.
something out here.
Working on something to throw at us?
How many violations are we talking about?
7, correct?
7, yeah.
3 on the last case and 2 on the first 2.
All 3 cases, we're talking about a total of 7. I'm off for a motion for discussion.
Go ahead.
I didn't mean to jump in front of you because I don't want to.
No, you go right ahead, Mr. McLeod.
I move that the respondent be assessed a fine of $1,500 for each of the 7 violations, for whatever that total is, and that recommendation, the license be permanently revoked, be just.
Or the recommendation that the license be
I would
permanently
rather-
revoked, what?
1,000.
I'll second for discussion.
I have a motion, second discussion. To be honest, I was thinking lower. Just.
Something on the table, let's try to
I
move this
got you.
forward.
I got you.
My recommendation was $1,500 for each of the 7, and then that the recommendation that his license be revoked be dismissed.
Missed, okay, I didn't get the last word, thank you.
I think we've we've seconded in discussion. So I see where you're at. The first 2 cases, to me, don't rise to the level.
And I don't think they're misconduct. I really don't. I think that, especially the first one, it was more a manufacturer defects. There were a couple things that, like the holes in the foundation, those should have been caught, but you don't know if those were not done after the fact. And
They're just
the
not-
pop in the floor, that's the only two things on that case that really, I felt deserved anything. Yes. Because, see, there's two on that, and if you do 1,500 each, that's $3,000 for that case, and that's for 2 holes in the foundation and pop and floor. So my recommendation is for case 2020-497 to eliminate both of those. Because I don't feel like he purposely engaged in misconduct or dishonorable or unprofessional.
The first 2 cases.
Yes. That was 2020-497 and
that I could agree to.
2023-163. Now, the last 3, I think that they deserve about $1,500 apiece. So a total of $4,500 for all 3 cases, and then recommend that he does not lose his license.
All right, so we have a motion and a second for Mr. McLeod's. I don't know how anybody feels as to what Ms. Ryan put forward. If that would be something they're willing to change to, or?
Allowed to, for her motion, or I can.
I rescind my
Withdraw
second.
my motion, whichever is appropriate.
If that's something you want to move forward with.
I withdraw my motion.
Okay.
I'll withdraw my second.
All right, so you have a motion in place.
Can you say that again? I was reading stuff over here and I missed part of what you said. I'm sorry.
In case 2020-497 and 2023-163, I don't think there was purpose misconduct or dishonorable and unethical professional acts. I truly don't. Now, the last one, I believe that those were a problem and that each of those deserve a fine of $1,500 apiece. Does not need to eliminate, permanently revoke his license, so therefore it would be $1,500 for 2023-456, 3 different codes. That's E, F, and G of that case, equating to $4,500.
Am I allowed to say anything? Sorry.
A second to that?
He doesn't,
Second
yeah.
to that, since I with, second.
All right, so I have a motion second, now discussion.
Just for clarification, so essentially it would be a dismissal of case 2020-497, 2023-163, those 2 cases.
Yes.
Your motion made under your belief that service was proper as to the initial hearing?
I do believe that the service was proper. It is his responsibility to make sure that all addresses are appropriate.
All right, sir, you had a comment?
Yes, Ms. Ryan, I appreciate that. The thing with the 3rd case, this turned into a civil thing about a contract. Again, we demanded payment in our contract. She refused to pay because she felt we should have been further along. We put a stop work order on the job, and she terminated our contract, which took away our right to cure any issues. And from what I understand, when I had to file my company bankrupt, because I had liability insurance, they worked out a settlement and they actually received money. There were several people that received money off of that through my company for that civil lawsuit.
My motion stands.
All right, I have a motion second. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Austin, which case we going to next? Yes, sir.
Haven't.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I didn't say it again.
Hey, we'll take a couple-minute break real quick.
Mr. Chairman, by my sheet, we've done A, and we've done B, and we've done D as in Delta, so I have C 2024-624. Is that right?
Yeah, which is the one we pushed back because of service we had approved?
2024-1147 was the one that we pushed back because I think, was it Commissioner McLeod had it as the hearing officer for the citation appeal?
Yeah. We just,
Since he's already eaten a candy bar, I figured we'd just go ahead with what we got.
we had to do a show proof of service, correct?
Yes, and I hate to say, it's a little complicated, thanks to the United
Hold
States
on, before we get
Post
into,
Office.
if we're going into his case, Mr. McLeod would need to step out.
You want to go ahead and take care of that one and get it done, or?
That's whatever y'all want to do. It's complicated, I think it's a lot of them, so however y'all want to go about doing it.
Let's just push it to the last. So let's go to 2024-624.
Yes, sir. All right, Mr. Chairman, we are here in the matter of Alan Nicholas Martin, license number RBS 60020 for case number 2024-624 on a notice of final order hearing. The state would like to call Mason Dean to the witness stand to testify as to service on the respondent of this final order hearing.
Let's get you sworn in, sir.
Do you solemnly swear the following testimony to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Please state your name for the record, sir.
My name is Mason Dean.
Mr. Dean, what is your occupation?
I am a paralegal in the Office of Disciplinary Counsel.
I'm going to hand you a document marked as State's Exhibit Number 1. Would you please identify that for the commission?
This is the cover letter, notice of final order hearing, and hearing officer's recommendation and certificate of service.
And did you prepare this document for my signature?
I did.
I'd like to offer Exhibit 1 in evidence.
So moved.
Was this correspondence sent to Mr. Martin at his address on file with the commission?
Yes, it
Would
was.
you please read that into the record? Or Mr. Aguiar, rather. We're on Mr. Martin. Yeah, Mr. Martin. Would you please read that in the record?
18 Eagle Field Lane, Greenville, South Carolina, 29607-6153.
And was this address pulled from his credential with the commission on file that Mr. Martin's responsible for making sure is accurate and current?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, was this sent via regular and certified mail?
It was.
And what did the regular mail, was it ever returned undeliverable?
No, sir.
Okay. The certified mail, what is the status of it to your knowledge?
To my knowledge, it has not returned back. To my knowledge, the actual mail itself, the physical mail, has not been sent back. However, on the USPS tracking website, when you type in the certified tracking number, it says that it was delivered and left with the individual on March 23rd, 2026. This is a screenshot of the USPS tracking website.
And is this for the correspondence that we're here for today involving Mr. Alan Martin?
Yes, it is.
And does it have a tracking number on Exhibit 2?
Yes, it does.
And did you print this document out?
I did.
I'd like to offer Exhibit 2 into evidence.
So moved.
What is the tracking number as set forth on Exhibit 2?
The tracking number is 9589-0710-5270-319-6888-022.
And do you have a copy of the return receipt sticker that we keep on file involving this correspondence in the actual file of this case?
Yes, I do.
And what is the number on that receipt sticker?
9589-0710-5270-3196-888-022.
And so is it your testimony that this USPS tracking document in Exhibit 2 shows the state of the certified mail correspondence upon Mr. Alan Martin for what's contained in Exhibit Number 1?
Yes.
And is your understanding that notice of this final order hearing was effectuated pursuant to South Carolina law?
Yes, sir.
No further questions.
Dean, that he was duly served notice to be here, and we'll proceed.
Thank you. As to the hearing itself, this case was tried before Commissioner Bailey on January 23rd of this year. I represented the state. The respondent did not appear, was not represented by counsel. However, Mr. Dean, as he has done today, testified that service was proper and that the hearing officer found that the state presented sufficient evidence that the respondent was provided proper notice of the hearing. And therefore, the hearing proceeded in his absence. As to the case in chief for the state, the state had John Abrams, an investigator with the commission, and Cassandra Richards, who was a homeowner of the subject property at 10 Springleaf Court in Somerville. Mr. Martin was first issued a residential specialty contractor registration by the commission on February 23rd, 2018. This registration did lapse on June 30th of 2025. However, at all times relevant to the controversy that was being tried, he was actively registered by the commission. In April of 2022, the homeowner hired the respondent to install a new roof at the subject property. After the work was completed, the homeowner had concerns with the quality of the roof, in particular concerns with the roof leaking. A complaint was then filed with LLR, and an investigator for the commission sent a notice of complaint to the respondent. The respondent did not provide a response to the notice of complaint. On June 3rd of 2025, the investigator performed an inspection of the subject property and prepared a written inspection report dated June 6, 2025. As a result of the investigation, the investigator determined that the continued roof leak in the vicinity of the patio ceiling fan constituted a violation of the 2021 South Carolina Residential Code, specifically Section R, as in Roland 903.1. The investigator sent a copy of his inspection report to the respondent, but did not receive a response. As a result of all of the testimony and evidence submitted, the hearing officer found the respondent did not comply with the standards that govern the practice of residential specialty contracting in this state, and that the burden of proof was met. The respondent violated the following statutes. First, 40-59 is a Scrivener's error. 40-59-110, it says 40-49-110, but it's supposed to be 40-59-110, in that respondent engaged in misconduct in the practice of residential specialty contracting by performing substandard work at the subject property, in particular a leaking roof constituting a violation of the building code. And secondly, South Carolina Code annotated 40-1-1101F as in Frank, and the respondent committed a dishonorable, unethical, or unprofessional act that is likely to either deceive, defraud, or harm the public, including without limitation by performing substandard work at the subject property. As a result, the hearing officer recommended a fine of $2,000 for each of the violations, for a total of $4,000 to be paid in full within 60 days of the date of this commission's final order. He also said that all fines must be paid in full before respondent's residential specialty contractor registration may be renewed, reinstated, or otherwise reactivated, and or before he may otherwise hold any type of license or registration with the commission. That is the hearing officer's recommendation as submitted, and I ask that you approve it in full. Thank you.
Motion to approve.
Second.
I have a motion, a second. Is there any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, sir. I'm assuming we're going to 2024-1001.
Yes, sir. Mr. Dean, you are still under oath. Would you please state your name for the record?
My name is Mason Dean.
I just handed you a document marked as State's Exhibit Number 1, Mr. Dean. Is this a copy of the Notice of Final Order Hearing and Hearing Officer's recommendation that was sent to the respondent in this case?
Yes, sir.
Did you prepare this document?
I did.
I'd like to offer Exhibit 1 into evidence.
So moved.
Please read the address as set forth in Exhibit 1.
James F. Darby III, 105 Hill Pine Road, Apartment E3, Columbia, South Carolina, 29212.
And is your understanding that this address is the address on file with the commission for service of papers such as these?
Yes, sir.
Now, was this document sent regular and certified mail, return receipt requested?
Yes, it was. This is the return certified mail with the notice of final order hearing packet addressed as not deliverable.
And did you receive this only for the certified mail?
I did.
Did you receive it for the regular mail?
I did not.
And of course, it has his name on Exhibit 2, so there's no question about who the correspondence was sent to.
Correct.
And is it your understanding that pursuant to South Carolina law, service of this notice of final order hearing and hearing officer's recommendation in case 2024-1001 was properly made?
Yes, sir.
No further questions.
All right. So the regular mail went through, is what,
Yes, sir.
and then the certified was returned.
Yes, sir.
All right. Is there, I guess for no other reason, I mean, he just didn't sign, rejected it, no one there?
Typically, that's how it will go if there's somewhere that you can address it to and mail can be delivered. Either they won't sign for the certified and the regular mail will stay with the mailbox. I couldn't testify because I don't reside there. That's typically how it has gone for previous cases.
And we're only required to do mail service, not certified?
That's my understanding.
Okay. All right. Anyway, we'll move States 2 in the evidence and determine that service was proper.
The statute, just be honest, the statute may say certified, but it doesn't say that the certification has to be signed.
Correct.
Yes, sir.
It's an attempt.
Yes, sir.
So we're states 1 and 2, are you admitting those?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. Proceed. Yes.
And there was a finding of service? I was making sure.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I did. I
Okay.
did determine that.
So this case, again, James F. Darby III, license number RBS 55883, case 2024-1001. This case was tried on January 23rd of this year before Commissioner Bailey. I represented the state. The respondent did not appear, was not represented by counsel. Mr. Dean did testify about proper service on behalf of the state, upon which the hearing officer found that the state presented sufficient evidence. The respondent was provided proper notice of the hearing, and the hearing proceeded in the respondent's absence. James Hamilton, an investigator for the commission, also testified, as well as Wayne White, the owner of the property at 825 Bitternut Road, Columbia, South Carolina. The respondent was first issued a registration by the commission on October 11th of 2013. He specialized in the classifications of carpentry, drywall, install, repair, and painter wallpaper, and would conduct business as Palmetto Quality Solutions, LLC. On February 21st of 2024, the homeowner of the subject property contracted with the respondent to perform work for a price of $4,780. The scope of work included work outside the scope of the registration, including without limitation structural work involving replacing floor joists, as well as installing LVP flooring. Respondent was paid the full price for the work. However, respondent did not complete all the contracted work. The homeowner avers the respondent only completed approximately half of the work. The work that was not fully completed by respondent includes the floor joist, subfloor work, and the flooring work. A permit was required for the work at the subject property, but respondent did not obtain the required permit, both of which the investigator confirmed with the authority having jurisdiction. On or about December 2nd of 2024, the investigator sent a notice of complaint to the respondent. Respondent did not provide a response to a notice of complaint. So I was going to add some commentary here that we have multiple instances of correspondence being sent to this respondent with no response. After all the evidence was submitted by the state, the hearing officer found that the respondent did not comply with the standards that govern the practice of residential specialty contracting, and that the state met its burden of proof. The respondent violated the following statutes, and there are numerous. The first being South Carolina Code Annotated 40-59-240A is an alpha, in that respondent practiced outside the scope of the operations of a residential specialty contractor in which registered or certified by undertaking work at the subject property outside the scope of the respondent's registration. This included without limitation structural work involving replacing floor joists as well as installing flooring. Second, the state proved by preponderance of the evidence that the respondent violated South Carolina Code Annotated 40-59-240B as in boy, and that respondent was not qualified and or experienced in the particular areas of the contracting vocation in which engaged, as evidenced by contracting for and undertaking work at the subject property outside the scope of the registration. Third, the hearing officer found that the state proved by preponderance of the evidence South Carolina Code Annotated 40-59-240C as in Charlie, and the respondent failed to comply with county and municipal ordinances by failing to obtain the necessary permit. Fourth, the hearing officer found that the state proved by preponderance of the evidence 40-59-110 of the Practice Act, and that respondent engaged in misconduct in the practice of residential specialty contracting by failing to complete the work and abandoning the work at the subject property. Fifth, the hearing officer found that the respondent violated by preponderance of the evidence South Carolina Code Annotated 40-1-1101F as in Frank, and that respondent committed a dishonorable, unethical, unprofessional act that is likely to either deceive, defraud, or harm the public, including without limitation by contracting for or undertaking work at the subject property outside the scope of the registration, failure to obtain the necessary permit, and failure to complete the work and abandoning the work. And then fifth and finally, the hearing officer found by preponderance of the evidence that the state proved that the respondent violated 40-1-1101G as in gamma, and that respondent lacks the professional and ethical competence to practice a professional occupation.
Motion to approve hearing officer recommendation.
I have yet, we were going to recommend, and the recommendation of the hearing officer is that the respondent be assessed a fine of $2,500 for each of the violations for a total of $15,000 paid within 60 days of the final order, and that is the recommendation.
Motion to approve.
Second.
I have a motion second.
I'm sorry.
And holding up right here. Hold up.
I'm sorry. Darby? Okay, I'm sorry. Okay. Good.
All right, motion second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Our next one is
412.
2025-412.
Mr. Dean, you're still under oath. I have presented to you two documents. The first document is marked as State's Exhibit Number 1. Is that a copy of the cover letter with notice of hearing, notice of final order hearing with hearing officer's recommendation that we're here for today?
Yes, sir.
And did you prepare the document that is before you as marked as State's Exhibit Number 1?
I did.
I'd like to offer Exhibit 1 into evidence.
Moved.
I also have before you a document marked as State's Exhibit Number 2. is that a copy of the United States Postal Service tracking verification in regards to the certified mail that was sent in Exhibit Number 1?
Yes, sir.
And did you pull this document that's set forth in Exhibit 2?
I did.
I'd like to offer Exhibit 2 into evidence.
So moved.
Now, do you have before you the actual physical file involving case 2025-412 against Daniel Richard DeHaven?
I do.
And do you have the actual return receipt sticker that we keep on file in regards to certified mail?
Yes, sir.
And do the two numbers correspond with each other?
Yes, they do.
And could you please read the number into the record?
9589 0710 5270 3196 888145.
And you read from Exhibit 2, does that number again correspond with what you have in the physical file?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And was this, what's in Exhibit 1, was it mailed regular mail and certified mail to the address on file with the commission that the respondent's obligation is to keep accurate and current?
Yes, sir.
And did we receive anything from the post office for the regular mail?
No, we did not.
Okay. What was the status of the certified mail as set forth in Exhibit 2?
Latest would be on May 12th, so yesterday, moving through network in transit to next facility. The one prior to that would be May 10th, and that it arrived to the USPS regional facility in Greensboro.
But yet, this was mailed on April the 13th of 2026?
Yes, sir.
So is it your understanding that the Postal Service has been dilatory in processing mail, it appears?
It appears, yes, sir.
But this was all done pursuant to South Carolina law?
Yes, sir.
And is your understanding as a paralegal in the Office of Disciplinary Counsel that service of this final order hearing was properly made upon the respondent pursuant to South Carolina law?
Yes, sir.
No further questions.
Real quick explanation of the certified mail. It's still in transit?
That is what the USPS tracking website shows. Yes,
So
sir.
like it made it there and came back to a facility, or?
It just says moving through network in transit to next facility. I couldn't testify to what that means.
All right, we'll move forward. We'll determine service was proper. The regular mail did.
Regular mail was not returned, so the
Right.
presumption is it was
That
delivered.
made it to it, and
Yes,
that's all
sir.
we're asked to do.
Yes, sir. Okay, Mr. Chairman, as to the case we're here for today, 2025-412, against Daniel Richard DeHaven. Again, Mr. DeHaven's license number is RBS 66140. This case was tried on February 25th of 2026 this year before Commissioner Bailey. I tried the case and represented the state, of course, and the respondent did not appear. It was not represented by counsel. The hearing officer found that the state, through the testimony of Mr. Dean that you just heard, presented sufficient evidence that the respondent was provided proper notice and the hearing proceeded in the respondent's absence. The state had two witnesses in its case in chief, the first being investigator Andrew Miller, who's the investigator for the commission, as well as Brandy Rose, the owner of 54 Oak Grove Road in Goose Creek, which is the subject property. As far as the findings of fact in this case, the respondent was first issued a specialty contract registration on November 18th of 2024. The registration expired on June 30th of 2025. The respondent's specialty contractor registration was in the classifications of roofing and vinyl aluminum siding. The respondent would conduct business as or through Palmetto Construction and Consulting, LLC. The respondent had prior discipline with this commission, specifically on October 28th of 2025. The respondent was issued a citation in case 2025-505 for aiding and abetting an unlicensed entity in March through April of 2025 and was assessed an administrative penalty of $500. In September of 2024, which was before the expiration of the respondent's registration, the roof at the subject property began leaking, and the homeowner contacted the respondent about a leaking roof. That same month, the respondent inspected the roof and indicated to the homeowner the roof needed to be replaced. Ultimately, the homeowner hired the respondent to replace the roof, and approximately $5,100 was paid on behalf of the homeowner to the respondent in December of 2024 for that work. While the respondent was initially communicative about the project, the respondent became less and less responsive. After numerous attempts to get the respondent to proceed with the work, the homeowner finally sent the respondent a message on April 27th of 2025, ending the arrangement and requested a refund of the money paid. Ultimately, the respondent never performed any work at the subject property and did not refund any of the money paid. A notice of complaint was sent to the respondent by investigator on or about July 16th of 2025. The respondent did not provide a response to the notice of complaint. So again, we have a pattern here of communications being sent to the respondent with no response. As a result of all of the testimony and evidence offered by the state, the hearing officer found that the respondent did not comply with the standards that govern the practice of residential specialty contracting in South Carolina, and that the state met its burden of proof and that the respondent violated the following statutes. First, South Carolina Code annotated 40-59-110, in that respondent engaged in misconduct in the practice of residential specialty contracting by abandoning work at the subject property. Second, 40-1-1101F as in Frank, in that respondent committed a dishonorable, unethical, unprofessional act that is likely to either deceive, defraud, or harm the public, including without limitation by abandoning work at the subject property and failing to refund any of the monies paid by or on behalf of the homeowner. And then third and finally, South Carolina Code annotated 40-1-1101G as in Gamma, in that respondent lacks the professional or ethical competence to practice a professional occupation. As a result of those statutes pled and proved, the hearing officer recommended that a fine be assessed of $2,500 for each of the violations set forth, for a total of $7,500 to be paid within 60 days of the date of the final order. And the hearing officer also recommended that the residential specialty contractor registration be permanently revoked. Should the respondent ever seek to hold any type of license registration in the future with the commission, all fines must be paid in full, and the respondent must appear before the full commission for a determination of his qualifications before he may ever hold any type of license or registration with the commission in the future. That is the recommendation as submitted by the hearing officer and by the state, and the state asks that you accept and adopt it in full in a final order. Thank you.
Motion to approve.
A motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, sir, we're moving on to 2025-407.
Mr. Dean, you're still here under oath. I've handed you a document marked as State's Exhibit Number 1. Is that a copy of the notice of final order hearing officer's recommendation for case number 2025-407 against Mr. James P. Laird, Jr.?
Yes, sir.
And is it dated April 13th of 2026?
It is.
And is this, was this sent regular and certified mail return receipt requested?
Yes, sir, it was.
And did you prepare this document?
I did.
And did you use the address on file of the commission to mail this document?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to offer Exhibit 1 into evidence.
So moved.
Did you send it, again, regular and certified mail?
Yes, sir, I
Did we
did.
ever receive anything returned undeliverable for regular mail?
No, sir.
Did you look and check the status of the certified mail? I hand you a document marked as State's Exhibit Number 2. Is that a copy of the USPS tracking sheet for the certified mail sent in Exhibit 1?
Yes, sir, it is.
I'd like to offer Exhibit 2 into evidence.
So moved.
Now, looking at the number on Exhibit 2, would you please read it in the record?
9589 0710 5270 3196 888152.
That is a tracking number on the certified mail correspondence.
Yes, sir.
And does that number correspond with the copy of the receipt we keep on file in our office?
Yes, sir.
Now, Exhibit 2, does it have a status of the correspondence?
Yes, sir, it does.
And what is that?
On April 16th of 2026, it was delivery attempt held at post office at customer request.
And the customer request, the customer in this case would be the addressee?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is it your understanding that service of this notice of final order hearing was properly effectuated upon the respondent, James P. Laird, Jr., pursuant to South Carolina law?
Yes, sir.
No further questions.
Do you think that was held because of address change or a request to hold mail?
I can testify that if it says held at post office at customer request, that will typically mean that the homeowner was there and didn't sign for it. So they'll hold it at their post office for pickup.
So he refused to sign, typically?
Typically, yes, sir.
Okay, all right, we'll consider it duly served.
Mr. Chairman, as to the recommendation by the hearing officer, this matter was presented to Officer Bailey as the hearing officer on February 25th of this year. I was the prosecutor for the state. The respondent did not appear and was not represented by counsel. Mr. Mason Dean testified in similar fashion as he testified here today about the proper service on this respondent, and the hearing officer found that the state presented sufficient evidence that respondent was provided proper notice of the hearing, and the hearing proceeded in the respondent's absence. The state had investigator Andrew Miller, an investigator for the commission, testify in its case in chief, as well as Kondwani Johnson of 1414 Bowman Branch Highway in Bowman, South Carolina. Kondwani Johnson is the homeowner. As far as the findings of fact, the respondent was registered by the commission as a specialty contractor in drywall install, repair, masonry, and roofing, and would do business as Advanced Consulting Services. He was first issued a registration on September 9th of 2024. He has no prior discipline with the commission. The evidence showed that on or about November 11th of 2024, the homeowner hired the respondent to perform work at the subject property that included repairs, renovations to an existing bedroom and bathroom. And in addition, the total contract price was $65,900. The contracted scope of work included work outside the scope of the respondent's registration, which included without limitation flooring, painting, carpentry, plumbing, and electrical work. Between November 22nd of 2024 and January 30th of 2025, the homeowner paid respondent in excess of $47,000 for work to be performed. However, the respondent only performed a portion of the work and did not begin work on the addition as contracted. As a result of the work not being completed by respondent, among other things, the homeowner was left with a bathroom that was unstable. Pursuant to the contract, the price of the renovation work was approximately $16,000. Therefore, the homeowner paid respondent well in excess of the value of the work actually performed by respondent, given that respondent did not even complete the renovation work or begin the addition. Although the respondent undertook to perform work in excess of $5,000 of the subject property, the respondent did not have or obtain the required bond for the work at any time relevant to the work at the subject property, which was confirmed by the investigator's investigation. It was also confirmed that a permit was required for the scope of work undertaken by the respondent at the subject property, but the respondent did not obtain the required permit, both of which the investigator confirmed with the authority having jurisdiction. On July 23rd of 2025, a notice of complaint was sent to respondent by the investigator, but respondent did not provide a written response to the notice of complaint. So again, yet another pattern here of not responding to correspondence regarding disciplinary measures. As a result of all of the evidence and testimony offered by the state, the hearing officer found that the respondent did not comply with the standards that govern the practice of residential specialty contracting in this state, and that the state of South Carolina met its burden of proving that the respondent violated the following statutes. First, South Carolina Code annotated 40-59-110, and that respondent engaged in misconduct in the practice of residential specialty contracting by abandoning work at the subject property. Second, South Carolina Code annotated 40-59-240A as an alpha, and the respondent practiced outside the scope of the operations of the registration by contracting for undertaking work at the subject property outside the scope, again, without limitation, including without limitation, the flooring, painting, carpentry, plumbing, and electrical work. Third, Code annotated 40-59-240B as in boy, and that respondent was not qualified in or experienced in particular areas of the contracting vocation in which engage, as evidenced by contracting for and undertaking work at the subject property outside the scope of the registration. Fourth, South Carolina Code annotated 40-59-240C as in Charlie, and that respondent failed to comply with county and municipal ordinances by failing to obtain the necessary permit. Fifth, South Carolina Code annotated 40-59-240D as in Delta, and that respondent failed to have the necessary bond on file with the commission with respect to the project, the subject property, which cost exceeded $5,000. Six, South Carolina Code annotated 40-1-1101F as in Frank, and the respondent committed a dishonorable, unethical, unprofessional act that's likely to either deceive, defraud, or harm the public, including without limitation by abandoning work, failing to refund any of the money of the homeowner for uncompleted work, contracting for or undertaking work outside the scope of the registration, failure to obtain the necessary permit, and failure to have the necessary bond on file with the commission. And then finally, seventh, G, South Carolina Code annotated 40-1-1101G as in Gamma, and the respondent lacks the professional or ethical competence to practice the profession or occupation. As a result of all these violations, the hearing officer recommended the respondent be assessed a fine of $2,500 for each of the violations listed above, for a total of $17,500, payable within 60 days of the date of the final order, and also recommended that the respondent's residential specialty contract registration be permanently revoked. That is the hearing officer's recommendation as made and as submitted by the state, and the state asks that you incorporate the recommendation in full in a final order. Thank you.
Motion to approve hearing officer recommendation.
Second.
I have a motion second. Discussion is,
Revoking his license? Yes. Okay. And is there any way we can revoke the license now instead of waiting for him not to pay the fine? Because I don't think he's going to pay the fine, and he's going to be hooking somebody else. If I remember correctly, and I read it, he just got licensed in, was it 24?
yeah, in 2024.
He's been busy.
Yeah, he has.
And I'm not sure we should let him
I'm not sure we can.
have that license any longer. Can that be added to it?
The revocation recommendation is to take place, it would take place when the order's issued. It's not upon, right, it's not upon non-payment of the
okay.
fine. It is hereby revoked, basically,
Okay,
upon the
all right.
issuance of the final order.
It says if he fails to pay the fine, respondent's license shall be immediately administrative suspended. So he's got the 60 days.
Respondent's residential specialties registration shall be permanently revoked.
Wait a minute, I'm sorry. I went back to look at something else.
I object.
I don't think the recommendation says
No, it doesn't.
suspended upon non-payment. It just says permanently revoked.
Permanently revoked.
In the order sent, so.
My
All right.
motion still stands.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, we need to go back to Mr. McLeod's case and rework the service. Is that correct?
Allowed to step out for recusal?
Step out like till next month? Yeah.
So I'll recuse myself.
All right, we're going to back up to case 2024-1147.
Back to the one that started all this trouble today.
E.
Uh-huh. Drive me home.
All right, so we're at case number 2024-1147, correct?
Yes, sir.
And
Yes, sir. So I'd like, Mr. Dean is back. Mr. Dean, you're still on the, under oath. State your name for the record, please.
My name is Mason Dean.
I've handed you a document, Mr. Dean, marked as State's Exhibit Number 1. Is that a copy of the Notice of Final Order Hearing and Hearing Officer's recommendation that we are here for today in the matter of Scott W. Aguiar, 2024, case number 2024-1147?
Yes, sir.
And did you prepare the document that I signed that it is Exhibit 1?
Yes.
I'd offer Exhibit 1 into evidence.
moved.
Now, was this correspondence as indicated in Exhibit 1, Mr. Dean, sent regular and certified mail?
Yes, sir.
And was it sent to the address on file with the commission as the proper address for service of these matters?
Yes.
Would you please read that address into the record?
Yep, Scott Warren Aguiar, 314 Griffin Drive in Chapin, South Carolina, 29036-9867.
And did you receive any return mail as to the regular mail?
No, sir.
And did you ever receive a signed return receipt as to the certified mail?
No, sir.
There's a document in front of you marked as State's Exhibit Number 2. Is that a copy of the USPS tracking printout for the mail that is Exhibit 1?
Yes, sir.
And did you print this document?
I did.
I'd like to offer Exhibit 2 into evidence.
So moved.
Will you please read the number set forth on Exhibit 2 into evidence?
Sir, it is 9589-0710-5270-3196-888053.
And does that match the number that is kept on the original copy of the return receipt that we keep on file in our office?
Yes, sir.
Now, what is the state of the certified correspondence, to your knowledge, as set forth in Exhibit 2?
The latest would be on March 29th, 2026, where it says moving through network and that it's in transit to next facility.
And again, you printed this off today, correct?
Yes,
Exhibit
sir.
2, okay.
Yes.
Now, given that this was sent via regular mail, which was not returned, and certified mail as set forth in Exhibit 2 in your testimony, and given the fact that it was sent to the address on file of the commission, that is the responsibility to maintain, is it your testimony that service of this notice of final order hearing and hearing officer's recommendation was properly made pursuant to South Carolina law?
Yes, sir.
No further questions.
All right. This is mailed out on March 24th,
March 23rd, yes, sir.
and as of today, it's still moving through the network.
Yes, sir, with the latest entry being on March 29th. So over a month.
And it still hadn't gotten there.
Yes, sir. At least that's what the USPS tracking website says.
Seems like we're wasting our money on certified mail, if that's the best they're going to do with it. Yeah, I'm going on the assumption that it was, that the regular mail got there and then this certified is still out in La La Land somewhere. You have the problem when at the hearing?
No, sir, because the respondent appeared pro se.
Okay, so he did.
Yes.
But it doesn't look like that first one had a signature on it. It does have a signature, just not a date.
Letter, and they're saying he's looking forward to testifying.
Well, he showed up
How
to
did
the
he-
hearing with Earl.
He did show up.
Yeah. And, but he's not, I mean, he was noticed for here today, which, I mean, I think we're going to go with the fact that it was sent regular mail like we have so far, that he was serviced properly. So we'll move forward with this.
Historically, we hadn't had a problem if they don't show up for this one. Means,
No,
to
but I
me, it
mean, we
means
got to
they
make sure
agree.
they're properly served. And we're going to go off that the regular mail was properly served, but the certified is still moving around somewhere.
You know, I'm somewhat ashamed to say it, but I have a habit of not answering certified mail unless it comes from Reader's Digest. Certified mail is never good news for the recipient.
I mean, I'm just wondering if it was actually sent to there and then it wasn't able to get it served and it just is set somewhere. And that's what it's doing. I mean, we'll
But
never
it's
know.
still, it just shows in process. It doesn't show,
Correct, yes, ma'am. It just says moving through the network.
let's see, the last one, the guy just denied it and didn't take it, and
It's
it
being
said
held.
hold.
Yeah, saying it's being held at the facility.
And I just want to state, Mr. Dean, is your understanding that the notice of final order, the notice of formal complaint hearing that we're here for today was sent to the exact same address as the notice of final order hearing?
Yes, sir.
I'm good with it. We're going to proceed.
Okay.
And pretty much we have proceeded. We just had to clear this part up.
Yes, sir.
Do you,
So
want-
I'm sorry.
are you going to go back through it again or are you going to?
I can just ask you to, if you've got the recommendation in front of you and
Well, didn't you went through this a while ago, everything but the service, correct, or not?
Yes.
I went through it because the respondent was not here. and
Okay.
I felt like, and I'll try to be very brief. This was tried by Commissioner McLeod on February 6th of 2026. The respondent appeared pro se. This is a citation appeal, so the burden is on the respondent. Lisa Bland testified, who was the homeowner of the subject property in Lexington. Anthony Carcer testified on behalf of the commission. This is a result of a complaint filed against the respondent on May 14th. As a result of the investigation of the complaint, the investigator issued a citation for a violation of 4059-110, failure to obtain a permit, and 4059-110, violation of construction standards. The respondent was assessed a $500 administrative penalty for each of the charged citations for a total of $1,000. The respondent appealed the citation and again appeared at the hearing. There was testimony regarding the investigator's findings and his basis for the findings. The homeowner testified as well as how this affected the public. As a result of all the evidence submitted and testimony considered, the hearing officer found that the respondent violated 4059-110 as charged in the citation for the residential construction standards, and that also found, however, that the charged violation of failure to obtain a building permit should be dismissed, as respondent's conduct in that respect does not warrant sanctions or discipline. The evidence indicated the respondent did make an effort to reach out Lexington County about whether a permit was required. Some jurisdictions do not require a permit for that type of work, and the hearing officer found that it can be difficult dealing with different requirements of local jurisdictions. As a result, the hearing officer found that the only penalty should be assessed was $500 for the construction standards violation. And that is the hearing officer's recommendation as submitted by the state. While I believe the state proved everything by preponderance of the evidence, I will ask you to accept the recommendation as a final order.
So I have a question. The recommendation I have here shows a $500 for failure to obtain building permit. Is that, am I on the wrong page 6?
The one I have says it's 1,000.
Yeah, but he
500 for the
he
two,
dis-
a piece for two violations.
dismissed the one about the building permit because he did try to reach out to a local jurisdiction to find out if he needed one.
Okay. Motion to approve hearing officer recommendation.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, with that, we have public comments. Seeing none, we will have adjournment.
Motion to adjourn.
A motion and a second by Mr. Graves. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Next meeting